Good afternoon. Welcome to our Strategic Plan and Budget Committee meeting on November the 22nd, 2023. I will now call on the Regional Clerk, Will Short, to perform the roll call. Will.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Chair Redmond.
Here.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Deutschmann.
Here.
Councillor Erb.
Present.
Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Huinink.
Present.
Councillor James.
Is there a strained echo in the room?
There
Present.
is. It's taken care of now.
Present, Chair Harris.
Councillor Liggett. Councillor McCabe. Councillor Solonen. Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Councillor Verbanovic. Councillor Williams. Councillor Wolf. And we have regrets from Councillor Nowak. Thank you, Chair.
I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gathered today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Chinatan peoples. We acknowledge the enduring presence of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today, their achievements, and their contributions to our community. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Okay, well, good afternoon and welcome to our 5th Strategic Plan and Budget Committee. At our last meeting, we took a deep dive into programs and services in support of Homes for All. Today, we will hear from the Grand River Conservation Authority and the Waterloo Region Police Service. We will also have a budget status update and will review additional information from previous meetings. As usual, we have a lot to cover today. To make sure we can hear from everyone, we will continue obviously with one question and one follow-up. And then if you have another question, we will add you back into the queue. However, we do have, again, a robust agenda that we need to stay on track for with council tonight, and we will be staying on course. So with that, I'm pleased to introduce Samantha, Karen, and Sonia from the GRCA. Welcome, good afternoon. There is a presentation slide deck, which I know is being put up. So Samantha, welcome to Regional Council.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you today. Assuming this is the clicker. Next slide it'll go? Okay, wonderful. Okay, so again, thank you. I'll get Karen Armstrong, she's our Deputy CAO, and Sonia Radoja, who's also going to help with the presentation today, and she's our Manager of Corporate Services. So the Grand River watershed is the largest in southern Ontario. The Grand River and its tributaries lie at the heart of one of the richest and fastest growing regions in our province. We know that the future prosperity of the watershed, its municipalities, and communities are linked to the health of the river, its tributaries, and the natural environment. Next slide, please. The Grand River Conservation Authority operates a range of programs in engineering, planning, land management, recreation, and education. Our strategic mandate is to develop and implement watershed-based programs that protect people and property from flooding and erosion, improve the health of the watershed, connect people to the environment, and manage our land holdings responsibly and sustainably. Our programs balance human, environmental, and economic needs to deliver on our vision of a healthy watershed now and for future generations. We build relationships and trust with our watershed partners to achieve our common goals. Next slide, please. Warmer air and water temperatures, bigger rainstorms, and longer periods of drought are all consequences of climate change. This poses new challenges in managing floods, improving water quality, and securing water supplies for municipalities, farmers, the industry, and the natural environment. The GRCA owns and maintains 27 dams throughout the watershed. 7 of these dams are large multi-purpose dams and reservoirs, which are actively used year-round to manage river flows. These multi-purpose dams were built to work as a system to address frequent and severe flooding, extremely low summer river flows, and challenges with water quality. These goals sometimes compete with one another and must be managed in a delicate balance to ensure adequate water supplies for downstream users while reducing the flood risk. Next slide, please. GRCA staff review and comment on planning applications and other planning documents such as official plans and secondary plans for the region on natural hazard matters. The GRCA administers a permitting and compliance program for the development within areas regulated by the GRCA under Ontario Regulation 15006. Next slide, please. The primary objective of the Source Protection Program is to protect current and future drinking water sources from contamination and depletion. There is ongoing work to update the Source Protection Plan where new information becomes available. So some examples would be new infrastructure such as new wells, updating technical analysis based on revised technical rules, and updating policies to improve implementation. The Grand River Source Protection Plan is updated frequently to reflect changes in the region of Waterloo. So most recent amendment came into effect in early 2022, and the next plan amendment is expected to be submitted to the ministry for approval in 2024 and will include multiple well replacements within the region of Waterloo, including William Street, Blair Road, Strange Street, Herbs Street well systems. The Lake Erie Region Source Protection staff support the plan's implementation through regular municipal implementation working group meetings and one-on-one collaboration. Next slide, please. The GRCA's watershed-wide wastewater optimization program promotes data-based decision-making and operational practices to achieve performance targets that go beyond compliance. This allows municipalities to better understand the capability and capacity of their facilities and get the most of these important assets. In November, several regional plants were recognized for their achievement in the wastewater optimization for 2022. The Preston Wastewater Treatment Plant achieved a gold level. The Heidelberg, Air, Kitchener, and St. Jacob plants achieved silver, and the Waterloo plant achieved bronze level through the GRCA recognition program. Next slide, please. The GRCA delivers a voluntary rural water quality program on behalf of 6 upper-tier municipalities in the watershed to help farmers implement best practices to improve and protect surface and groundwater quality. Each program is locally developed with input from the farming community, and variations in grant rates and eligible projects are tailored to reflect the priorities and budgets of the area. Since 1998, more than 7,500 projects have been completed with $22.6 million in grants, which is more than a $63 million investment by municipalities and landowners. Next slide, please. So far in 2023, 88 rural water quality programs have been completed in the region, representing a total investment of $807,000 in the water quality. Total investment in water quality, sorry. Landowners received $265,000 in grants and $179,000 from the region of Waterloo contributions and other approximately $85,000 from federal programs and initiatives that the GRCA secured. In 2021, Council approved the extension of the Rural Water Quality Program in the region till the end of 2025. Thank you very much for that. The region's contribution is $6.6 million to the program, and that's been since 1998, and it's resulted in approximately 2,200 projects with $24 million invested in the Waterloo region. This is a vital investment. Not only helps to improve the quality of the Grand River and protects drinking water sources, but it also supports the rural economy and builds green infrastructure and climate change resiliency on the landscape. Next slide, please. We know that spending time in nature has a positive effect on people's physical and mental health. At the GRCA, we connect people with the natural environment by providing environmental education programs and access to outdoor spaces. A vital part of the watershed's recreational infrastructure, our Grand River conservation areas host about 2 million visitors a year and are an important part of the local economy, paying property taxes, hiring local staff, and supporting the vibrant tourism industry in our communities. The GRCA currently provides outdoor environmental education to almost 30,000 students each year, as well as some community groups. Next slide, please. The GRCA owns approximately 48,000 acres of conservation land, which includes 11 active fee-for-use conservation areas, Luther Marsh Wildlife Management Area, 5 nature centers, cottage lots, agricultural leases, passive recreation, and rail trails. Some key initiatives are underway to meet the requirements of the new regulations. A conservation area strategy is being developed which will establish objectives that will inform GRCA's decision-making related to the land it owns and controls, including decisions related to policies governing the acquisition and disposition of lands. Land categories will be developed based on the type of activities that take place on the land. How these lands will augment natural heritage and/or integrate with municipally owned lands will also be assessed. A land inventory is currently being developed, which will compile certain information regarding all of the properties, including acquisition details, characterization of the land, and the new requirement on Bill 23 to identify conservation area lands that could be supporting housing development. Next slide, please. The final two strategic priorities are compliance and implementation of the amendments to the Conservation Authorities Act. So those changes are sort of coming to full fruition at the end of this year, with a number of deliverables being required for the end of next year. Staff have been working diligently to update policies as well as guidelines to implement the new regulations, as well as various aspects of the Act. And finally, the last priority is enhancing Indigenous awareness and understanding and relationships. So examples of this will include regularly scheduled meetings with First Nation communities within the watershed, partnering on various projects, and also incorporating Indigenous training for our staff. So the next part of the presentation, I'm going to pass over to Sonia, and she's going to get into the details of the proposed budget.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to present the GRCA budget to you today. As we work through the new regulations, there are a number of new components that had to be considered. And one of the major components is coming up with the 2024 budget, and that is a requirement to present our financial information in a different format than what you've seen historically. In particular, the new regulations outline 4 categories of expenditure revenue groupings. The first category being mandatory, and the second category being municipally requested programs, category 3 being other programs that the GRCA board deems appropriate to be operating under, and general operating expenses that are not sort of what you would call your overhead or indirect type costs, that are not specifically related to a program but certainly contribute to their delivery. And the thing to note in terms of these 4 categories, categories 1, 2, and 3 is where our municipal funding request is coming in. We should be getting away from the term levy now, and they'll be using terms like municipal apportionment, so that's why I've used that term in this slide. Next slide, please. The basic challenges that we are facing in our budget are the economic environment, as everybody is, inflation, supply chain issues, labor force shortages, all things we have to contend with. The other thing is that we are a conservation area program, which represents 25% of our revenue, is often difficult to predict in terms of where the market will go and how the weather is. It's very, we're sensitive to that. We have a nature center program that is in transition, and what's difficult in the budgeting exercise is to really know what the pace of change will be in terms of implementing a new business model for that program. We have aging infrastructure in both the parks and the nature centers that need to be managed. We have increasing demands on our passive conservation lands. We have to make decisions about how they're going to be used. We have to manage tree hazards, trespassing, and they also have their own set of infrastructure demands. We also want to try to keep pace with digital innovation and technological advancements that are coming fast and that we want to keep up with. And of course, the new regulations has some specific additional reporting requirements in terms of asset management plans, conservation lands plans, etc. And we have to incorporate that into our budgets. Next slide, please. The basic assumptions that have been adopted are overall our compensation and benefit line item is being increased by 3%, which includes whether you're getting a rate increase as you move through the grids and maybe slight benefit increases. And there is one admin position that was added to this budget. We have property tax expenses that will assume increase about 3%. Overall, it looks like our insurance expense, we've decreased year over year, but that's only because last year, we had, 2 years ago, a really high increase, and even last year was pretty substantive, but we put a large provision in to try to cover off that insurance expense, and we didn't really need it. Our initial projections were adequate. So it looks like a reduction, but there's still anticipated increase in insurance costs over the prior year actuals, but our budget looks good. We've held our administrative costs constant. We've increased the conservation activity, our revenue projections, and ergo our expenses have increased. In line with that, our Nature Center program, we increased the expected level of activity and ergo some of the expenses have to be increased as well. And there were items that we could remove that we put into the draft budget or the final budget last year that are just one-time off expenses where if we have that's basically when we have some surplus, we take one-time uses of it for like consulting or staff development or health and safety or labor relations. And we take those out when we start the 2024 budget process, those incremental amounts, and revisit all that. Overall, the operating budget is increasing just over 3%. Next slide, please. So this budget simply serves to show how we break down our budget into operating, capital, or what I would call major maintenance of our infrastructure, maintaining the infrastructure, capital special projects, and that our operating budget's about 85% and capital's just over 10%. And right now, special projects sits at only 2%. But we look to refine that in January when we analyze all the special projects we've got going on. Next slide, please. So in terms of our operating budget of over 29 million, as again, we want to get used to these new categories. I mentioned that category 1 is mandatory. It represents $10 million. And that is managing our flood control structures, that is doing our flood forecasting and warning, that is all the legislative resource planning, regulatory planning we do, managing the lands that we own. And what's new is that the source protection is new in the sense that we're classifying it as a category 1, and we used to consider it a special project, but it's now falling in this mandatory area. Generating operating expenses, which again I said are your sort of indirect costs and your overhead and your office of the CAO, et cetera, is about 4 million. Category 2 is where we are entering into municipalities with MOUs to contribute to these programs that they have to specifically agree to have offered. They are only about $1 million, and the total levy being requested is over like $13 million. Levy, there I go, apportionment is about over $13 million. And finally, category 3, where the organization board directs to offer certain programs. We've got our tree planting program. We have conservation services, a bit where we do things like water festivals, environmental education program, property rentals, hydro production, the parks, the conservation areas, and some administrative support. Next slide, please. Second category of the budget is our capital. Again, I just wanted to show it broken down again by the categories. And it's mainly to do with work on our dams and our gauges and in our motor pool information systems and in our conservation areas. Next slide, please. And finally, we have a group that we've found it useful to segregate this out because it can fluctuate significantly year over year. And sometimes when we're looking at our budget, someone goes, why is the budget going down overall? And it's often a result of these special projects where there's ebbs and flows. The thing to recognize with special projects is that there is no municipal apportionment or municipal funding requested in these categories. And as I said previously, the source protection no longer falls into this group. Next slide. And just a little bit more to punctuate the point about municipal apportionment. Our budget's about almost 35 million, and this is this funding sources breakdown. And on the right, you've got category 26%, that's your mandatory category 1. Then you've got 10% for the general operating expenses, again, part of levy funding. And category 2, we have just a small percentage of 3%, that's the $1 million for where we have the MOUs. And self-generated continues to be about 50% of our funding source. Next slide, please. And finally, where does this all translate to? Bottom line is, corporately, our budget is increasing by 2.5% in 2024, and how that impacts the region is with the way we have to apportion that funding requirement. The region is going up 2.6%, or up to $6.7 million is the ask this year, up just over $200,000 from the prior year. And that, Mr. Chair, ends the formal part.
Thank you, colleagues. I'd entertain questions now of GRCA folks. I don't see any. I actually have one. Samantha, you mentioned Bill 23 and the GRCA's role in supporting more housing. I'm wondering if you have any examples of kind of thoughts on what you've done or what you plan on doing as it pertains to that locally?
Yeah, so through you, Chair, we have to go through all of the parcels that we own and do an evaluation to see whether or not they would permit residential development. So part of that is looking at our regulation and then looking at the zoning that it's currently zoned or designated as. I would say probably 99% of the property that the GRCA owns has some sort of constraint on it. About 10 years ago, we started to slowly work our way through identifying properties that were surplus to GRCA's need that we could dispose of. And I think this process has just accelerated that a bit. So we do have some properties. I would say they're few and far between, but we're working our way through some of them at the moment, getting them. It's a bit of an extensive process that we have to go to, probably pretty similar to what the municipality has to go through for disposing of property too.
Great, thank you for that. I don't see any questions, so thank you so much today for coming in and your presentation. I will ask we will now go into closed session. I'll need a mover and a seconder for a motion. Moved by Councillor Foxton and seconded by Councillor Salonen. Please use your yes or no buttons. And that is carried. We'll see everyone downstairs. Councillor Shantz, chaired by or seconded by Chair Redmond. Please use that yes or no button that you've got in front of you. Yes. Okay, and that is carried. Our next agenda item is the Waterloo Region Police Service 2024 budget presentation. I'd like to welcome Police Chief Mark Krall to deliver the Waterloo Region Police Services 2024 budget presentation. Good afternoon, Chief, I believe, or is it starting with Vice Chair McLean? Welcome, Vice Chair McLean and other members of the Police Service Board. Good afternoon. Ian, over to you.
This afternoon, the 2024 Board approved operating and capital estimates on behalf of the Waterloo Region Police Service. I'm here representing my fellow board members, including Chair Redmond, Mayor Shantz, Councillor Craig, and joining us, Tony Giovinazzo and Karen Quigley-Hobbs. I know I speak for all members when I say that we take our role as a board extremely seriously and closely adhere to the legislative framework that governs our mandate. Next slide. The Waterloo Region Police Services Board is a civilian oversight body that governs how police services are delivered across the region of Waterloo. This nonpartisan board is responsible for providing both oversight and management of all non-operational matters for WRPS. Our core mandate is ensuring that the region has adequate and effective policing for all residents. We understand that a key component of this is constantly maintaining and building public trust. Police services must conduct themselves and ourselves ethically, honestly, and professionally to hold that trust. While always a work in progress, we have seen some positive results from across the country and closer to home here in Waterloo Region. According to two recent public surveys conducted by Leger and Statistics Canada, police services across Canada ranked the highest among all Canadian institutions in terms of trust. Earlier this year, according to a local survey, WRPS ranked second among institutions in terms of public trust. Next slide. I wanted to quickly provide a high-level overview of the Police Services Act and the mandate of the Police Services Board. We are focused on the principles and core requirements that set out what is required for adequate and effective policing. This includes preventing crime, enforcing our laws, supporting victims, maintaining public order, and responding to emergencies. In our ongoing work as a board, we keep these core functions closely in mind in our deliberations. Next slide. A central legislative responsibility of the board and what brings us before council today is to develop the annual operating and capital budget estimates. We are responsible for ensuring that the budget estimates presented before council are sufficient in responding to the current and future demands placed on the service, as well as meeting our legislative requirements. For context, 99% of the budget, the operating budget, is measured against these core requirements of the Police Services Act, and with the largest bucket directed towards law enforcement and crime prevention. Next slide. This slide speaks to how our Police Services Board developed this year's budget estimate. Today's budget estimate is the result of many months of hard work, tough questions, careful deliberations by the board. We have taken into consideration the current financial realities that many households are facing across the region and balanced that with our mandate to provide adequate and effective policing. This year, for the first time, the Police Services Board has held community consultations to hear directly from residents and community members on input as it relates to the budget. A common theme from that public input was the desire for fiscal prudence and consideration of the current economic pressures. We heard these concerns and are confident that the budget estimates to be presented today are as prudent as possible. Next slide. As part of the renewal of the strategic business plan, Waterloo Region Police Service conducted a community survey on feelings of safety, perceptions of crime, police visibility, and trust and confidence in police. The top policing community priorities we heard were speeding and aggressive driving, break-and-enters, and thefts from vehicles. In addition, 63% stated there are too few neighborhood police. When asked how WRPS could increase trust and confidence, the top two answers were increasingly visibility and presence. Next slide. To set the proper context, I'd like to show some pertinent data that provides a glimpse into how our budget estimate was informed. This first chart displays where WRPS ranks among other comparably sized police services. As you can see, WRPS sworn officer staffing levels have been consistently below the Big 12 provincial and national averages since 2018. This inadequate level of staffing was an important consideration for the board as we developed and determined this year's budget. Next slide. This slide or graph displays WRPS staffing over the last 10 years. While the region's population has increased significantly, our staffing levels compared to the population have decreased. Serving the 11th largest and 5th fastest growing metropolitan area in Canada, WRPS is seeing the challenges of meeting the demands from residents, students, visitors, business alike. Operationally, our board is not only seeing pressure on WRPS from increased population growth, but also from the growing complexity of crime our region is experiencing. Next slide. As you can see, over the last decade, new investments in our sworn officer complement have not kept up with operational realities. Sworn officer staffing have not kept up with population and crime severity increases, and as a result, our frontline members are feeling the strain. For example, from 2013 to 2018, only one WRPS sworn officer was added to the overall complement as the region's population grew exponentially. Now, as a result of this underinvestment, WRPS is relying heavily on overtime by our existing officers to cover current service demands. Next slide. The 2024 budget estimate reflects the board's multi-year planning, modernization, and recruitment strategies aimed to keep pace with public safety realities. Earlier this year, the board approved a multi-year recruitment plan for an increase in sworn officers of 55 between 2023 to 2025. The 2024 budget estimates are an investment in our community and a direct response to some of the growing challenges we are experiencing. It makes critical investments in public safety with the proposed addition of 18 uniform officers for high-demand areas in 2024, including new officers in frontline patrol, training, investigative services, and youth engagement. As a board, we feel that the budget estimates we are presenting to Council today responds to those pressures and makes a measured investment in frontline officer staffing. Our responsibility is to balance these realities with our mandate to provide adequate and effective policing for the region. As members of the Police Board, it is our collective responsibility to ensure that we are responding to both present and future community challenges in a safe and responsible manner. It's now my pleasure to introduce Chief Mark Crowell of the WRPS. 1 year ago this week, Chief Crowell was sworn in as the service's 7th Chief of Police. In his first year, Chief Crowell has charted an exciting path for the service, placing meaningful emphasis on engagement with all communities in the region and making community safety and well-being a top priority. Chief Crowell is committed to building a modern and inclusive police service that is committed to community engagement and intelligence-led policing. The early results of his leadership are evident across both the service and within our community, with renewed optimism and excitement for the future of WRPS. So I'll invite Chief Crowell, when he's concluded, between the two of us, I'm sure we can answer any questions that you have. Thank you. Chief?
Thanks, Mr. McLean. Good afternoon, all members of council, staff, all those listening and those viewing from anywhere. It's an honor to be here, and as Mr. McLean noted, it has been an honor to serve as Chief of Police within this region for almost 1 year at the end of this week. And I represent a talented, strong group of dedicated professionals who are immensely proud to serve this community with care, compassion, and commitment 24/7, 365. At the outset of my venture as chief, I've stated publicly, and I remind our members internally, that is my vision, that our service to become the most efficient, innovative, and collaborative police service in Canada. And ultimately, our goal is to reduce the impacts that we have whenever possible. That is financial impacts and service impacts overall. And in a time of considerable growth, I hope that you'll see and hear that reflected within the balanced budget provisions that we've recommended here today. So in moving ahead, just to recognize that the information on the slide today, sorry, just go back to that last one. We do provide more than just the boots on the ground, the vehicles that you see. The investigative capacity goes well beyond. Our commitment is also in providing a number of regionalized services. On the screen displays our commitment to a number of regionalized services, including the public safety answering point, the single answering point for 911 services within the region of Waterloo. All communication flows through 911 dispatch for the region of Waterloo, and we're in the outset of planning for the next iteration of that center, a public safety communications center. We also provide services for dispatching, municipal bylaw, Grand River Conservation Area and region of Waterloo flood alert, supporting Alert Waterloo region, support for a variety of regional and municipal emergency management exercises, and also for the growth of many municipal event security provisions as we celebrate a number of activities year-round. Next slide, please. What we've seen over the course of many years is a continued growth of the population of our region, and commensurate with that is also our calls for service. So our current projection within year is that we're at approximately a 19% increase for our total calls for service, and this is a combination of calls for service into our 911 center, our non-emergency line, and also those generated by members of our organization from a variety of sources. And on average, our members are responding to about 1,000 calls for service a day. And this puts immense stress upon our members who are dedicated in providing that service to the community. The next slide just provides a visual of that incremental growth over time of how our calls for service do have an incremental pattern. We're seeing about a 1.1 yearly growth rate. There was a dip during the height of the pandemic in 2020, and you can see that in the last couple of years we've returned back to that incremental growth. The next slide shows some of the statistics that this council will be familiar with year over year. As much as we look at year by year projections and analysis, we're also always looking at long-term trends. So the statistics provided by Statistics Canada through their annual reporting shows us that the total crime severity index within Waterloo region does have an upward trend, and the total crime severity index takes into account the total culmination of all criminal offenses across all indices, and we can see that our community has an incremental growth for total crime. The next slide also speaks to the Violent Crime Severity Index, and this is an index of the most serious offenses with the most serious consequences within the criminal justice system. And as indicated here in the center of the graph, we can see that within Waterloo region we have had some continued growth and a spike most recently in 2022 related to violent crime of a variety of sources within this region. And if anyone's interested in details in terms of what comprises the Crime Severity Index, we're happy to oblige to provide that. The next slide shows that within 2023, year to date, we have seen sustained levels of concerning criminal activity, victimization across a variety of sources. You'll see in some of the details provided on this slide, information related to shootings, weapon violations, homicides, robberies, and as such, we are making our best efforts. We have a crime suppression plan that is focused, that is looking at the top levels of victimization within our region pertaining to shootings, weapons, robberies, and break-and-enters, as the victim-centric focuses with our crime-related teams can certainly make a profound impact. Along the bottom of this screen shows that in the last decade, there's been a 156% increase in firearm-related violent crime within this region, and mostly this trend has increased across Canada to similar extents. And so this matches what our officers are seeing on the street is the proliferation of weapons, the availability of real firearms, replica firearms used in a number of offenses, causing some concern for us and police leaders across Canada and across Ontario. The next slide shows just a snapshot of some of the major incidents that would be familiar to our community, a number of high-profile incidents, homicides, shootings, some significant major crimes. And just to signal that as much as we digest the news media and the depictions of policing, there's far more that meets the eye. These are the initial headlines that are concerning to our community when it comes to violent crime. But the investigations often continue on for days, weeks, months, and sometimes years when we're talking about very complex investigations involving a variety of investigative teams carrying out forensic, cyber analysis, and the other investigative avenues. So there's a lot of complexity that goes through our major crime provisions. The next slide also just speaks to a variety of other points of interest when it comes to criminal activity within our region. We'll be familiar with the growth in hate crimes across Canada, and I'll have more to address on that shortly. We're also seeing some gradual increases in human trafficking, youth-related offenses involving violence, and a number of exploitation offenses across the spectrum related to cybercrime, child exploitation online, extortion-related offenses related to luring and extortion of sexual violations online. And so we have a number of investigative backlogs related to tips, related to child pornography and child investigation cases that I can assure you causes me and our team great concern as this growth continues across Canada. We've often characterized that we police two neighborhoods, and that is becoming increasingly true, that oftentimes we have our boots on the ground response, but there's a number of detailed investigative avenues and requirements for us from a judicial authorization standpoint that do provide us some slowdown in our provisions, our case clearance, and our ability to respond to crime in the most efficient way. The next slide shows the growth of hate crimes within this region. All of you would be familiar with the concern that we see across Canada, political polarization, geopolitical issues that come to our doorsteps. And as much as we have a very, I would say, collaborative, attentive community, there's work to be done on a variety of fronts. And we can see over the past 5 years, we're seeing an increasing trends on hate-related incidents and hate-motivated crimes within this region. We've been asked recently about the events of the past 2 months across the world. I'm happy to report that we are not seeing some of the effects of the geopolitical impacts that we're seeing in some jurisdictions across Canada, but we're also concerned about underreporting, and that is the power of our collaborative model, seeking to ensure that we have a mobilization of all of our community partners working on solutions for dealing with online hate, dealing with hate in any form, and knowing that we have a lot of work still to do as a community. The next slide speaks to our services' attentiveness to one of the number one community concerns for decades, and that is road safety initiatives and efforts. And all of you would be familiar as community representatives that road safety issues concern everybody in every neighborhood in every part of this region. And we're heartened to work with municipal and regional leaders on the Safe Roadways program, and we certainly endorse the extension of automated speed enforcements. But some of the details provided on this screen show that year over year, especially related to the fatal 4 offenses, speeding and aggressive driving, distracted driving, impaired driving, and provision of seatbelt use, there's still a lot of work to be done to ensure that people are kept safe in the road safety efforts. And year over year, we've had a number of serious major incident collisions and road fatalities across the region, including in our rural townships that require our continued response and adherence to the best practices of not only road design, our wish to continue to grow the infrastructure across our region to allow us to have vibrant, available options for people, but to ensure that our roadways are as safe as possible. The next slide speaks to a trend that we're seeing across Canada. Many of you would be very in tune with the growth of public demonstrations, rallies, protests, expressions of public gathering in many forms. And so right across Canada and right here in Waterloo Region, we've seen a continued growth of public displays of gathering. And this requires a profound investment to ensure that every member of our community is kept safe, those who are exercising their right to demonstrate and to gather, and also to ensure that those around these activities are kept safe as well, safe roadways, safe and extended use of public transit. And so this graph just shows some of the continued growth that we have seen year over year, and the investments that are required from an intelligence and integrated communication requirement before the events, during the events, and certainly working with community as best as possible to ensure that people have the right to gather, to demonstrate, and to express themselves in a safe manner. And I can tell you that these are some of the most costly operations that we carry out. I can give you an example of one that happened over a 2-day period just several months ago within this region that was, from my standpoint, destined for a physical violent confrontation, and through the efforts of our members and working in coordination with the groups involved, we were able to have a safe demonstration involving several hundred people with a counter-protest element to it, but that 2-day event cost in excess of $115,000 for one single incident. Moving to the next slide, we'll just speak to our continued investment in frontline technologies. We're making every effort to ensure that our officers and our members have the tools that will allow us to carry through a number of efficient investigations. So we are centering a lot of our activities into digital evidence management capabilities, and this is working with the criminal justice system and our citizens to ensure that we have a funneling of efficient digital evidence through the course of all our investigations, through the course of our involvement, and also then on to the criminal justice system. So working and leading in some of these areas, we've been able to align our processes in digital evidence management. This has caused for major changes within the way we staff and provide these resources internally. And we've also extended a 3-year integration of body-worn camera technology, in-car camera technology, and most recently, through some provincial granting, the availability of automated license plate reader technology. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of the technology that, working with citizens with dash cams, door cams, cell phone capabilities, provides really a crush and a funnel of digital evidence and a complexity to our investigations that just simply didn't exist in previous years. Moving to the next slide and taking a bit of sort of change of pace. This is part of the services realignment and our commitment to a total adoption of the spirit and also the model of community safety well-being in the work that we do. Using the provincial model that has existed for some time, we are endorsing and adopting this approach to our policing practices, and we're very heartened to see that there is a lot of momentum now across our community, working with leadership within the region of Waterloo, and also many community and municipal partners as we get the plan into action, addressing the 4 main priority areas: combating hate, addressing mental health needs, creating safe and inclusive spaces, and also intimate partner violence and gender-based violence. These are core areas of attention that are required for our community to come together to create solution-focused alternatives and approaches that will hopefully move the needle on a variety of crucial upstream investment areas that will allow us to lessen the role of police and the interventions that are required from us on an everyday basis. So we're adopting this approach in many forms, hoping to move away from a risk or sort of incident response model to risk intervention, all the way to prevention, to an area of mobilization to allow the community to lead us in the work that is occurring across the region to create a safe community. So moving to the next slide, it also speaks to our continued efforts to build trust and confidence in the work that we do. We have always been committed to collaborative upstream efforts to integrate ourselves into collaborative situation tables, working with a variety of community partners as we assist municipalities and a number of community agencies in issues related to homelessness, addiction, domestic and intimate partner violence, and so on. And we're continuing to do that work in great relationships. You will also be familiar with our ongoing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion. We're we're looking forward to unveiling our new EDI plan in the new year, as well as a reconciliation action plan that will match the spirit of the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan and many of the region's efforts as well, to ensure that we are doing everything we can to create a safe and sustainable community. We're also looking to continue our investments into the rural township policing strategy. We've made some strides to ensure that our relationships and our commitments to our rural communities continues to blossom and to flourish and to become solidified, so that we are trusted in all corners of the region, and that every citizen in this region receives the provisions that they deserve and expect. Moving to the next slide, of great attention to many is our policing commitment to mental health services. You will also be familiar with our longstanding program, the Impact Mobile Police and Crisis Team model, which is our co-response model with mental health professionals. It continues to be a very incredible program that allows us to integrate mental health expertise into the work that we do. We also have had the sustained, now for almost 1 year, program of the Crisis Call Diversion Program, which has been allowing us to divert mental health calls at the source and lessening our total model. Our vision and our hope is that we will continue as one community to create mental health response models that not only bring a whole lot more expertise to the table, but also developing police-free models that will allow us to take a step back and to allow other mental health professionals and community leaders and agencies to take up this work that is important to all of us. Moving to the next slide, we all at this in this council chambers have shown our collective commitment to tackling the issues of intimate partner violence, gender-based violence, and we know that this continues to plague not only our community but those right across Canada. And annually, our officers respond to approximately 6,000 calls for service related to intimate partner violence. This remains one of the most labor-intensive and volatile calls for service and investigations that we undertake. And we have been proud to have served for about 18 years in the Family Violence Project with many community partners. The work is underway to bring this to a second generation and a new life, and we look forward to those changes to come in the new year. And we continue to make investments required to work with all community agencies to tackle this very concerning trend within our community as one that we are all dedicated to changing and supporting moving forward. Moving to the next slide, along the lines of our commitments to community safety well-being is our renewed commitment to a youth engagement strategy. Through the course of the pandemic and some of our adjustments in our response operational models, it's become more apparent than ever that we, along with community partners, need to find a better way to intervene, to intersect, and to support youth success, and to stem the tide of youth-related violence in every form. And so we're actively working on a number of collaborative, evidence-based and research-intensive models that we look forward to unveiling in the year to come in terms of our total commitment to youth engagement and to provide as much support to young people as the current and future generation that will serve us all within this community. So changing course from our operations and our commitments, I'll speak to the finance-related slides right now. And supported by Ms. Kirsten Hand, our Director of Finance and Assets today. I imagine that she may be called upon to provide some detailed analysis, as has been previously provided. But budget drivers for the 2024 operating capital budget are mostly matching with those across the region of Waterloo and many municipalities. We're seeing the increased rate of inflation, the year-over-year increase of contractual increases and benefit cost increases. As Mr. McLean has detailed, we're in year 2 of a growth strategy related to the provision of 18 sworn members as well as a civilian support component to allow us to grow with the pace of the region. We are continuing to make investments in frontline technology, our information technology foothold to allow us the tools that are required, and also a number of reserve contributions that allow us to not only stabilize our resources for today, but also planning for future liabilities tomorrow. Moving to the next slide, you will see displayed on the screen a snapshot of where the region of Waterloo and where the Waterloo Regional Police stand in terms of our comparatives related to the annual cost of police service per resident. Based on 2022 information that is publicly available, you will notice that the region of Waterloo and Waterloo Regional Police has the second lowest cost per resident for the provision of police resources compared to a number of large police services across Ontario, known as the Big 12. And this is something that we take as a point of pride. We are focused on efficiency, innovation, and true effectiveness in all that we provide to the citizens of this region, and seeking to balance the operational necessities to keep our community safe and also our members safe as well. But there is stress on the system. The next slide shows us that we are continuing to see stress upon our total membership and the work that we do within the community. And so at this point in 2023, we are at approximately a $5.8 million allocation within Q3 of our overtime provisions, and our budgeted estimation at the start of this year was $3.2 million. We're projecting at the end of 2023, we will be at a $7 million total estimate for overtime provisions. And to signal that this is not a desired way of doing business. Overtime costs within policing are always anticipated to some extent, but this is not financially sustainable and is not sustainable for our members who are expected to show their minimal requirements for service provision within this region on a 24-hour basis. I can tell you with full frankness that there are needs that are met every day in this community, and then there are unmet needs. And oftentimes we are not meeting our bare minimums for a minimal level of staffing across the region of Waterloo. And we are committed to a plan, a 3-year plan to hopefully bring us to a total staffing model that will be responsible, balanced, and will provide an equitable level of service for all of our members to ensure that the community is kept safe. In the next slide, it just provides a snapshot of the capital estimates for our continued requirements to run our operations. The categories displayed on the screen speak to our requirements for facilities, managed capital renewal programs, our fleet allocation, our investments in information technology projects, our equipment allocations, and then those facility additions and refresh requirements. And we're very pleased to have opened a new police facility this year, and the next major project for the Waterloo Regional Police Service on behalf and with our regional Waterloo partners will be a public safety communications center, and look forward to the continued development of that project. So as nearing to a close, the next slide provides just a very brief snapshot of the total estimate for the operating budget shown on your screen of $228 million. The increase year over year for us is 6.71%, a total increase of over $14 million. And the tax impact on police portion of the property tax bill is targeted at 4.62%. So this investment, moving to the next slide, will allow us to grow responsibly, to add a modest number of officers to frontline patrol, essentially one per shift across the region. A modest investment in our investigative services related to intimate partner violence and sexual assault and special victims. There are some changes coming legislatively related to the new Police Services Act that will require us to make some adjustments in our training and how we carry out some new expectations related to adequacy standards and new schedules provided by the region and a new model of training across the region of Waterloo, and then a very small investment in youth engagement in terms of staffing. So in closing, the last slide moves me to a point of gratitude. I want to thank members of this council for your continued interest, your collaboration, and your ongoing commitment to your provision of community safety across this region. I certainly want to thank our members for their continued adherence to their best efforts to provide a safe and adequate community for all of us, members of our board who work in collaboration and in governance with us, and certainly to all the citizens of this region who support us in many ways year-round. So that is the formal portion of the presentation. I expect there will be some questions, dialogue. I look forward to managing those with Mr. McLean as well, who provides some insight related to board governance and board operations, and Ms. Kirsten Hand is also here to provide any details that you might seek. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We have questions. Councillor Huinink.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief Kroll, and Mr. McLean, for that insightful presentation. I understand that with regard to the number of officers that we have, and within the Big 12, we are less we are low on the scale in terms of that. I'm just wondering how we rate in terms of civilian officers within the Big 12.
I don't have the data in front of me. I think that our service has always been very proud to show our innovation, our commitment to civilianization. So the latest report that I can recall is to say we are on par, if not leading in the area of total civilianization. So our total complement would be on par with those, with our comparators. And we're happy to follow up to provide that detailed information. And I can say that an area of commitment and focus for us is our continued innovation within that area. Our civilian professionals provide us with a myriad of expert and sophistication capabilities that enhance the work that we do. And I truly think that the future of policing will involve continued civilianization.
Thank you, Chief Grohl. If you could provide into how many civilian officers we have relative to the Big 12, as soon as you have that information, I would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. And just if there's any of those other follow-ups, we certainly will. We are keeping a detailed list, and similar to last year, we will provide those details as soon as possible following today's meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Chief, what percentage of crime comes from outside Waterloo region into the region?
So we've sought to provide as accurate a picture as that as possible, and we've sought from a variety of sources. The ballpark answer and estimate is about 25%. We believe of the crime within our region flows through across Southern Ontario. Our investigative units are often working outside of this region, following targets, organized crime efforts. And we know with our highway access system, as I've spoken to before, it provides just a myriad of opportunity for the shopping centers, for the in and out availability of people. And the signal of this is where we see auto theft occurring across the 401 corridor into Kitchener-Waterloo as well. We've also seen a number of high-stakes robberies occur at our malls. And we know oftentimes we're following targets out of the region of Waterloo. So the focused answer to your question is our best estimate is about 25%. And we're working as best we can with all of our public safety policing partners, locally, provincially, and nationally. And those relationships are great. They provide us with intelligence. They provide us with operational capability. But the policing issues are well beyond just the work that you see from the Waterloo Regional Police Service. There's a lot of integrated partnerships that are occurring all the time.
Thank you. And Chair, I'd like to follow up, or I'd like to ask a question again later on. So if you put me at the end of the list.
Councillor Wolf. Or sorry. Yep. You're done there, Councillor Fox. We're going to go back to you at the end. Is that what you asked? Yep. Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation and for your service. As a former teacher, I'm concerned when I hear about the increased violence in schools, youth crime going up 14%. Could you expand a bit on youth engagement that you're doing?
Certainly, and I think that this is something I'm deeply passionate about. I know all our members are, and I think through the course of some changes related to the school resource program, there's been maybe a misunderstanding that our response to school-related incidents has changed. And in fact, I would say that we're responding to schools potentially now more than we ever have. And the complications of what we had versus what we have today are deep and wide. And we have continued to work with our educational partners to establish the best protocol possible. The complexities related to youth violence and their connections with the criminal justice system and police go far beyond schools, though. And we've recognized that oftentimes there's what happens on school grounds during school hours, and there's everything else. On evenings, off school grounds, on weekends, during holidays, and so on. And so we've recognized that across the spectrum, when we're polling youth, when we're polling community leaders, there is a continued concern of youth-related violence. When I speak to the weapons that we've seen, all of our relationships show us that this is a growing concern across the region of Waterloo and across Canada, is young people whose intersections with police are only potentially in a response model. where we're only showing up to conduct investigations. Meanwhile, for many years, we've had a continued commitment to profound, meaningful, responsible youth engagement across a variety of programs and a variety of fronts. So this is something that I envision as a community collaborative, that there's work to be done to bring together integrated programming, working with the Child Youth Planning Table, working with academic partners, working with our educational partners, but across every community group that we intersect. There's an ability for us to have positive, meaningful interactions with youth to serve the needs of every corner of this region. And so I don't have the specifics of our youth engagement strategy, but I would say that is one of the top priorities that our service will work and will be led by our community in terms of how we intersect in a meaningful way to support neighborhoods, individuals, families, and a number of community agencies that are already doing excellent work and that are well supported by the efforts of members of this council and the upstream investments that are being made. And there's a lot of work to be done to ensure that we get this right.
Thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. Thank you, Chief Kroll and the board for being here. So I just want to start off by thanking and recognizing Constable Heaton, who took me on a police ride-along a few weeks ago. I sit on the AMO Policing Task Force, where we're going over the Community Safety and Policing Act and before it's proclaimed. So having a bit of insight and being able to go around and see the type of calls that you are handling daily. But I'm concerned about the budget that's being presented because Ontarians pay the highest policing costs in the country per capita. Spending on police by regions in Ontario is $362 per person, which is $34 above the national average. And police spending has grown at 3 times the rate of inflation. More recently, an analysis of net operating budgets has revealed that many large Ontario municipalities are paying roughly 15 to 20% of their net spending on police services. One of the functions, and I was able to see the response to, wellness check. And I just want to ask you if you believe that the police officers are best to respond to that. And I guess coupled with that, sorry, Chair Harris, is just around what part of your complement that you're looking to hire if there is a social work component in that, and just speak to that a little bit, if you could. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And your concerns about any cost rise in policing and the efficiency and the efficacy of police services are shared. I sit on the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police Executive Board, and we applaud the work that AMO and others are doing, because this is a collective effort, and we have the same concerns as you. In terms of our overall response to wellness checks, so that is oftentimes a request from the community with a variety of circumstances for us to check on the well-being of individuals is one of our number one calls for service. I don't have the data but it goes well beyond just mental health related calls for service. There's a variety under that category that are strictly safety checks on people to see if there can be found. Sometimes it's people out of jurisdiction that have a bit of information that leads us to that. But I think the thrust of your question is asking about our intersections with those related to mental health concerns. And that's why I highlighted our best efforts to continue to grow the programming within this region. And I would like to see us to have an infinite number of programs. So we have the ones that we have now, the impact model, the crisis call diversion model. There is work underway for what's called an alternative destination model, working with paramedic services and other community agencies. We're actively exploring social work related or other community intervention models that will allow potentially a non-police response, I think along the lines that you might be suggesting. And I think that is the power of what we hope that the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan will allow us to come together to form. This is very complex work. It's across municipalities, it's across levels of government. The streams of funding are sincere. But I do want to make it known and make it clear that I do strongly believe that the police do have a role in responding to specific certain types of mental health calls where we have an absolute role to play in terms of safety and the safety of those around. And when we work with mental health professionals, that is a shared sentiment as well. So there's a balance, there's innovation, there's work to be done. And I think your hope is that we always have the best response and the safest one for those who may be vulnerable, who may have a variety of needs. That's the innovation we want to see, and we want to see it in Waterloo Region.
Follow up, Chair Harris. Does the service utilize a service called 24/7? I believe you do. Can you speak to kind of some of the hours? How does that work? Is that 24/7, or is there set hours for that? Thank you.
So it is one of our key community partners that is embedded within that crisis call diversion program right from our dispatch. So we've always had the informal availability that if our communicators or call takers and dispatchers felt that they could divert the call at the source, we've always had that availability to enact here 24/7, which is often just that mental health professional who's available by phone that can do that immediate intervention, but also the availability to connect to other resources. So we have that established relationship tied to the crisis call diversion program. And when it was highlighted on one of the screens there about the 18%, and it's ranged from 18 to 22% over the last year, that's been one of the areas of focus where we want to continue to expand that availability. If the police don't need to go, we don't wish to go. If we can provide another avenue of support through an immediate response or a follow-up, that's a win for our community, and it's a win for the people involved. It's a win for us as well. So we want to continue to expand that program.
Questions, Chair Harris, but I'll wait till second round after
Councillor Erb. Councillor Erb. You're so generous, Councillor Erb. Councillor Verbenovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Harris, and thank you, Chief Crowell. First of all, to you and Mr. McLean and the board for coming in today to make the presentation, but more importantly, for the work that you and the women and men of the Waterloo Regional Police Service and of the Police Service Board do day in and day out, month in and month out in serving our community. I think we all know that policing has certainly been a challenging profession, and for as long as I can remember, but particularly in the last few years. And I do want to acknowledge the work that all of you have done to keep our community safe and to work through some of the we'll just say varied viewpoints that perhaps exist. I was really encouraged encouraged and discouraged at the same time in terms of the kinds of feedback you saw in your survey work from the community. If I recall from Mr. McLean's presentation, 59% increase in terms of a perception of neighborhood crime, 63% who felt there was too few police, and so on. And part of the answer was looking towards more visibility. And that's certainly something that I, as the mayor of the largest urban center in the city, hear quite regularly. And we've been working with you and your team in the downtown, in other areas of the city where there have been challenges. Wondering if you can speak to how this budget will help address some of those issues and help us address some of those concerns from the community, because I think that's important. If we're making the investments that are being asked, it's also important to be able to articulate how it's going to achieve those goals.
Thank you, Mayor Verbenovich. So certainly we have been seeking to work with all municipal leaders on this front, and I would say that the number one issue that we hear is for greater visibility, greater presence, and to ensure that we are seen. And so it's one of the most challenging aspects of our work is that we can have a plan laid out for something like downtown visibility in Kitchener, Waterloo, or Cambridge, and that can be foot patrol, bike patrol, regular officers with cruisers, and the minute in which those officers are tied up or they step into a building and step into circumstances that take them out of visibility, that's lost. And we know there's lots of various opinions about whether the availability and the visibility of police provide safety. But in answering your questions, there's a continued balance to this. We want to ensure that our downtowns, uptowns, and our townships do have a presence, a visible presence, and that's been the continued request. So within this budget, our continued commitment to frontline availability is the top concern, and to ensure that we have a variety of modes of response, and I've mentioned officers on foot, officers on bike, officers within that resource capacity, and also for them to have a dedicated capacity to build relationships with business owners, with residents, with communities, and to ensure that we are where we are expected to be. Also, in additional to those dedicated zone officers and uptown, downtown officers and so on, we want to continue to solidify that foothold. We have a team that you've likely heard about before called the DART team, or the Direction Action Response Team. And oftentimes they are providing that sort of roving, versatile capacity. And oftentimes they are brought into, whether it's alcohol, bar, event-related enforcement efforts. They are used for some of our public safety deployments when we have large gatherings as well. And so to answer your question, this will be a continued commitment and investment. We're very proud to be hosting a downtown policing forum towards the end of this month that will allow us to feature some of the work that we're doing, but also to bring best practices across Canada to understand the complexities of especially the visibility efforts. I know you're focused probably, Mr. Mayor, on the City of Kitchener, but also I just want to point to our commitment to the rural townships as well. We've sought to conduct a tour of the townships this year to ensure that that same messaging and that visibility allowance is solidified within every municipal allowance within the region of Waterloo. So we hear you, and we'll continue to work well with our bylaw and municipal leaders across the City of Kitchener and across the region to ensure that we uphold that expectation.
Thanks for that very thorough response, and thanks for bringing in the rural townships into your response as well. Because yes, you were right. I mean, my question may have been partially focused on the City of Kitchener. It really is on all 7 municipalities in the region, and I know all of our residents, regardless of whether they live in Woolwich or Wilmot Township, or in Cambridge or Kitchener, or any of the other municipalities, those desires are the same. The second question I have, and then I'll cue in for others later, is with respect to the communications. Well, not communications, but I guess just the way calls are answered. And I know one of the concerns I have, and I'm hoping that this budget will address some of that, is, we encourage people not to call 911 if it's not an emergency. But then we also hear from folks, and I've experienced it myself, admittedly, frustration when we called in the non-emergency line. You're in a queue for quite some time. And I recognize we can't predict fully the way the ebbs and flows of the work that you do go, depending on what happens in the community. But is there some work that's being done to augment that? Because I think it's important that people can get at least a timely response with respect to those calls, particularly the non-emergency ones. And from time to time, I mean, people I know I've heard have also expressed some frustration, not nearly the same way, around 911 as well.
Thanks for the question. I would say that amongst the very complex things we do, the simple answering of calls is one of the most difficult. Staffing, technology-related things for us to continue to improve. We have heard amongst the areas of concern that I continue to hear about is the ability to reach us to enact a call for service, especially a non-emergency line, and that some structure of the way that we need to staff our 911 call center to allow those emergency calls for service to take the top priority. We're continuing to do work to refine our total approach, and your point is well taken, because I've experienced the same frustration from a number of citizens who are having trouble reaching us even for a non-priority call for service. And to me, this signifies our total sort of stress on the system. And I akin us often to healthcare, in that we see the same levels of growth and service stresses overall. We're also trying to broaden not only the availability of technology, but allowing different avenues of response for our citizens. So we're trying to enhance and increase our online reporting capability, our frontline support unit, which is the sort of the secondary support provisions that allow us to do the non-emergency call for service in an efficient way. And we've also integrated some customer service software into our communication center. So by and large, when people do reach us, they understand that there's a queue of priorities, and this is an area of focus. We're looking to overhaul some of this through enhanced customer service software moving forward, using some automation efforts as well. And one other additional consideration is the NG911 technology that is a requirement across Canada within 2025. We'll see some enhanced capability for us to respond to our total number of calls for service just through some technology innovations that will allow us to refine some of the hundreds of thousands of calls that come to us annually to find a more efficient way to handle those. So your point is well taken, that this is an area for improvement for us overall.
Great. Thanks for those responses, and thanks again on behalf of our municipality for all that you and WRPS do.
Thank you.
Councillor Shantz.
What can I say?
Yeah. Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Mr. McLean and Chief Crowell and your colleagues from work on the board for being here today and for the work you're doing on behalf of the community. I have two questions, and because, good, okay, thank you. In the one slide with the mental health diversion, which I think all of us are interested in, including the community, I think it's the number was a 98% without any officer response, if I remember that. Can you explain to us how that would happen? Like what happens in a situation like that?
I'll just find it just to ensure I'm accurate.
I couldn't.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the crisis call diversion program.
There was no slide numbers on the screen. So
Not on the screen, I think in the package. So let me just find it just to ensure that I'm accurate in the response. So that speaks to the crisis call diversion program. So this is a mental health professional embedded within the communications center. And so if there's a set criteria for what is categorized as a potential crisis call diversion call that may allow us to respond not at all physically, but might provide a follow-up or an online or over the phone response. And so the number of calls diverted to this program have been very successfully resolved without a police response. So those within meeting that criteria, it was noted here, dispatched 122 times overall, allowing us to resolve those without a police response. So ultimately, we're seeking to grow that capacity to eliminate the need for officers to respond to those calls. So historically, those set in a set criteria have not bounced back to require us to have a police intervention. They've been handled at the source by the mental health professional as part of that program, or they've been able to find a suitable community alternative for follow-up, or another mental health professional source or community source that can provide the required intervention. Oftentimes, there are simply avenues that don't require us to immediately intervene.
And so would it be the police services that says to the second party, try this, before the police respond? So
if the example would be is if somebody's calling with sort of a vague, some kind of distress related to mental health, just general concerns related to well-being overall, if it's not deemed that there's any requirement for determination of potential harm to safety to that individual or anyone else, that would be a suitable call under a set criteria to fall to that mental health professional embedded in the comm center. They would do an evaluation, and if they deem that there's no safety risk for anyone involved, and there's any community or mental health professional intervention that can be made at the source, then it stays with that professional capacity. And would allow us to either end that intervention over the phone or allow us to follow up with a variety of options, including here 24/7 and also another community responses as well.
Okay. And then on another slide on the emergency responses, there was a graph showing the number of deployments, and I was curious what that number was. Like it was, I think the top number was 23. Does that refer to 23 officers, to 23 hours?
Sure. So that's the slide titled Emergency Response and Public Safety. So this is our public safety team. So this is a requirement under the Police Services Act for us to have a specialized capacity to allow us to respond to essentially public demonstrations, rallies, protests, that are typically held in public squares such as downtown Kitchener, uptown Waterloo, areas within Cambridge. And that is a requirement for us to ensure that that people demonstrating, gathering, expressing their right to self-expression is done in a safe manner. And so the work that we do is we provide intervention for those involved in gathering. We do safety planning to ensure that we understand what's to be expected. There's an intelligence capability that is working with the local groups who may be involved. And ultimately, we want people to express themselves and to gather in a safe manner to allow those democratic rights to be played out. But there's a lot of planning that goes into it. So to answer your question, the spike in 2023, and I think we've increased to about 24 deployments, and that can be several units of our teams that are sent to the public with a plan, with an operational plan to support those events. Sometimes they last for a couple hours, sometimes they last throughout the day, sometimes they're deployments throughout the weekend. And so to give you an example, this is something that through adequacy standards we've recently been, Chair Redmond, members of the board have been, we've had adequacy in sort of an investigation in terms of our core investments in this capacity. So think back to the truck convoy that we've seen in Ottawa, think back to the vaccine-related protests across our region. Windsor, we've had a Windsor deployment several times throughout the last several years at the Ambassador Bridge. So we not only support public demonstrations and gatherings within this community, but also across Ontario. And we're part of a provincial hub that would support other public safety demonstrations. And so the demonstrations you're seeing carry out right now related to challenges in the Middle East are not only requiring us to on a proactive basis assemble and be prepared to serve and support those community groups that are protesting, but also to look for counter protests and to deploy as required to keep everybody safe, to keep roadways moving, to keep public transit moving as well, and to ensure that that everyone is enacting their safe allowance for democratic expression.
So that number on the left is the number of deployments.
Deployments.
Okay, yeah. And the number of deployment, or the kind of a deployment could depend, or then would depend on how many officers would be called to do that?
They're deployed in teams of essentially round numbers of potentially. Sometimes we have 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 6 teams deployed. And that would be sometimes dozens of officers in a capacity. And oftentimes the public wouldn't see us necessarily deployed beyond what's required. And we've seen a number of these public demonstrations also become mobile, where it's not just a fixed demonstration, it's something that becomes roaming through the streets across some kilometers, and through that involves the direct action response team, traffic safety deployment as well. And this is a trend across Canada. The number of public demonstrations has grown exponentially in recent years, and it's been a priority for the province of Ontario and the Canadian government to ensure that police services are adequately outfitted, prepared, trained, and equipped to handle these in the safest way possible to allow this to occur.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And you can put me on the list again. And now over to Councillor Shantz.
Very well. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Curl, for coming in and presenting the budget. I wanted to talk a little about rural safety, but Councillor Verbanovich did that very well for me. So thank you for that. I'll go on to something else. I did want to sort of respond a bit to Councillor Huinink's question, and I'm not sure where she was going with it, but I know at the board level, we looked at the mix of staffing between civilian and officers as well, and so the graph that was particularly helpful to me was the cost per person, because that included the total cost of the service. But my question for you is, can you speak a little bit more about the crime severity? Because it concerns me that our severity shows higher than even Toronto.
Sure. So this is Statistics Canada data that is shared, has been for many years, and some of the weighting and the measures are have been refined over years. And so the one index that was provided was the total crime severity. So that's the total number of criminal offenses that can be property related, can involve victims. It's everything within the criminal code. And those weights are derived from the average sentences handed down through the criminal courts. And so that it's providing an index in terms of the total amount of crime within the region. The violent crime speaks to the coding that is applied to the occurrences that we carry out, and oftentimes that's weighted upon the highest level of offenses related to a single incident. So that's everything involving a weapon, every form of assault, every homicide and related charges as well. And so the total crime severity index we've seen across the region of Waterloo has been above average, has been above the medians for the past 4 years. And we've continued to be concerned about the number of weapons-related offenses within our region. We've seen, as I've mentioned, a growth of weapons-related offenses, as well as feeding into this index would be intimate partner violence, sexual-related violence, and any number of those assaults as well. So this is, as I've mentioned before, where we're seeking to provide the highest level of response possible. And so our focused efforts through the crime suppression plan speak to shootings, weapons-related offenses, robberies, break-and-enters as the top offenses. Those are areas of focus where we know we can make some profound interventions related to organized crime and those who are prolific offenders for what we call prolific offenses. And we're also making those concerted efforts into intimate partner violence, sexual-based violence, gender-based violence as well. And those comprise a lot of these index measures as well because of the victimization impacts. So there's a lot that goes behind the sheer graphs here, that these are actual high levels of victimization within our community. And there's a police response that's important for the front-end response and also moving towards prevention. But this is where we also need to have a robust level of community support as well. And so when we have the opportunities in this region to continue to build upon the Family Violence Project, to look at our total victim services, victim supports, child witness, all these areas of focus within our community, that's the wraparound supports that we require to ensure that people are as healthy as they can through the course of their interventions, not only with police service delivery, but also the criminal justice system. And where we're concerned, and if we talk to a number of trusted advocates within this region, is that we know there's oftentimes a large amount of underreporting related to victimization, related to intimate partner violence, gender-based violence, sexual violence, and also we believe hate crimes as well. So there's a lot of work for us to do to continue to expand our response, and the levels that we're seeing across this region concern us greatly.
Thank you.
Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Thank you, Chief, for coming in today. First off, I just want to say thanks to Staff Sergeant Hatchborn, who participated in the recent Intimate Partner Violence Town Hall that we had put on, so it was a pleasure working with her on that. I also want to thank the service for their work in developing Alexander David into the fine young man that he is today. He's now a full-fledged lawyer at our firm, and I know the 5 years that he spent with you, I can see that with Waterloo Regional Police Services, I can see will help him well in his career as a lawyer in terms of interacting with people, et cetera. He's an excellent, exceptional individual. Chief, my concern is not with the fact that, to add police, we absolutely have to continue to keep in touch or maintain pace with the growth of the community. I think the problem that I have is that the desire to add officers is not matched by the ability to add officers. And that's where I see a bit of the action plan that you have as being too quick. And if I could just put up my slide, page 4, the slide, and I'll just explain to you what I'm talking about here. Because again, I mean, the work that you all do is absolutely needed. We need all of it and as much of it, just like we need all and as much as we can in homelessness, chronic homelessness, and all the other issues. We just can't do as much as we'd like to do. But the chart at page 4, if you could just put that up.
Yeah, I'm going to just quick. So Councillor Deutschman and I have been going back and forth about a lengthier PowerPoint. I said no to that, but I've conceded with this slide 4. Right. So we will put that up. I'll ask the clerk staff to post that while he asks his question.
Yeah, so just for background for the question, Chief, and I think, it's fairly put, and I think it's important information because, Q1 2022, as the chart shows, 797 officers. And here we are, Q3 2023, we're at 810. So you can see over that period of time, it's hard to add permanent because while you're adding new and experienced, there's also retirements and resignations. And I'm not even sure how many OPP transfers are currently in the queue with respect to officers that are still part of WRPS but have notified to you that they're planning to transfer. I know that comes up. So you can see that based on your estimate of how many you expect to hire in Q4 of 11 and 1, 11 new and 1 experienced, and then taking an average of retirement and resignation, we're still minus 25, a deficit of 25 sworn officers. And then your plan is to add 18 on top of that. We're going to start the year with 43 officers deficit. And so my question to you is, Chief, why can't we just focus on hiring what the current deficit is for a year, given that this is a difficult tax year, and not add the additional 18? Because all that's doing, and the fact that it's annualized January 1, all that's doing is adding to the surplus with police services. And it's just causing us to have to look at other services or the levy to finance that. And so that's my concern, Chief, is consistently all the way through, we've not been able to keep up. And again, it's not your fault. It's just like Timmins has a $30,000 incentive payment for all new hires I saw recently. I mean, that's the competition that we're up against everywhere, and the colleges only produce so many. So why, Chief, can't we defer for 1 year the 18? And that's not even counting the civilian. And I just want to clarify, and you can clarify, this is a simple yes or no. You automatically add a half a civilian for every officer that is planned to be hired. And that was confirmed, I know, last year, and I know Board Member Giovinazzo asked that recently as well. But it is the policy and procedure of WRPS, but it's not, the region doesn't do that. All right, we have a Schedule A that outlines every person that we're going to hire and what their purpose and role is going to be, which is what WRPS used to do traditionally. So my question, Chief, is why can't we just defer for 1 year and just hire? Because we have a 31 civilian complement shortfall as well. And why not just hire that and get all that integrated in, and then come 2025, do the rest?
We'll let the Chief answer that question.
Sure, thanks very much. There may have been several questions or baked in there, so I'll do my best. So I appreciate the framing and the context, and certainly you recall that this is year 2 of a board-approved approach to supplement what we deem as required police resources as well. So let me just start with a couple facts. So we have had great success in onboarding new officers over the past 3 years. So in the past 3 years, we've onboarded 146 new officers. In 2021, there were 66 new officers. In 2022, 30. And in this past year, we've hired 50 officers. And that's mostly brand new constables and a handful of experienced officers. So the average officer per year is 48.6 per year, and we're proud of the work that we're doing to attract what we deem as the best and brightest as well. And we feel very confident that we're going to be able to continue to on that track to attract those. And we understand that there are lags, that if anyone, for any reason, through retirement or resignation, does depart our police service, then there is automatically a staff gapping. And so we've built into this year's budget, as we have in the past, a $2 million salary gapping provision to account for that, to allow us to bring down the budget to a place that we feel is responsible, and so allow us to attract those required for our regional provisions of services. Displayed within today, we've shown that we are meeting minimum requirements through overtime. And so we need to continue to hire officers to drive down that inefficient way of providing police services that is costly for our region, but it's also has wellness impacts upon our members as well. So I appreciate the thought that we're not meeting expectations, but I think that some of the sources of data have led to some potentially inaccurate understandings of our work. And if there's work that we can do to provide clarity on that, we are right now, as of today, totally flush with our civilian staffing allocations. So I know that you're drawing upon some information that was provided in recent packages, but as of today, the total number of civilian staff positions is at complement. And so we have no gap within our civilian staffing component. And let me speak to the civilian support component. So Ms. Kirsten Hand, myself, other police leaders within our service are connected to a network of police associations and chief associations across Canada. We feel that we have a best in practice, best approach to the civilian staffing provisions within Canada. And the whole goal is for us to be as lean and as efficient and as versatile in our service delivery as possible. We have a very robust internal mechanism, a staff planning table that accounts for any business cases, to allow us to add resources that are necessary to support frontline activities and investigations along the civilian staffing component. And we're very responsible in reporting those measures to the board, and allows us to stay lean, versatile in all the work that we do. And I could provide any number of examples of how that is allowing us to be innovative, efficient, and I would say a best-in-class allowance to meet the needs of how we can innovate in providing police services.
Councillor Deutschman?
Well, I think Vice Chair McLean wants to
if
say
I might,
something.
Chair Harris, I think the question of why defer for a year, I think the graph that the board is firmly seized on is 2013 to 18, where we didn't keep up with the levels of service we need, and then we're seeing the implications of it. Because we have no doubt, and that's the determination that the chief has and his team have put forward, and the board has come to the conclusion that there's no doubt that we need the increase in our uniformed complement because it calls for service, growing community, complexity of crime severity. And I think our forecast, you can't look at the staffing without looking at overtime. Our overtime is linked entirely with our needed increase for uniforms. And I think council should feel confident that the board is seized of the importance of delivering on this commitment. And I think there isn't a board meeting that we have where the chief is not asked the question of what are we doing, what are the plans, what are the new approaches, how are we making sure that we reach out and deliver on the new staffing that is required. So, and I think from a board perspective, it's our responsibility for the care and well-being of the service in addition to the chief. So it's a noble profession, but it's hard, and we need to be recruiting to have the staff or the service that we need, that we can appropriately care for the service itself and the community.
Councillor Deutschman for a follow-up.
Yeah, thank you. So So Chief, just to clarify, I mean, these numbers, you're suggesting accuracy in the numbers. These are numbers from your own reports, just so we're clear. Over the 2-year period, you've only added 13 additional officers net. 13 over 2 years. And just to clarify, the issue of overtime is also contingent on other things, like, for example, if there's a murder in the community, a detective is working virtually 24/7, and there's significant overtime that arises from those sorts of situations. So that's got nothing to do with the staffing situation, correct?
Well, it's all combined. So the characterization of the net is a moving target because we're continuing to grow with catching up. So there's some details there that need to be addressed. So the overtime we're showing, and we showed today, historic highs. And the vast majority of those overtime allowances are related to frontline resources every day, filling the necessary zones, the visibility, the call for service provisions around the region of Waterloo. And I can tell you that virtually every hour of every day we have unmet overtime needs to serve minimal staffing requirements across the region of Waterloo. We're not alone across Ontario, across Canada in this allowance, but this is a significant challenge for us just to simply meet the minimal demands of every day.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you through you, Chair, and thank you to everyone for coming and explaining. I think most people have asked all the questions that I wanted, but I guess I'll just do a quick follow-up. First, oh, sorry, my dog is wanting me to play. Working at home. So do you think that the plan over the next few years of adding 18 officers for a couple consecutive years will alleviate some of the stress of the overtime?
That's our hope, that's our wish, that is our plan. And again, it's with every year when we continue to add new citizens to this region, when we continue to increase the vibrancy of the level just of activities with students, with the economic growth, with every neighborhood that is added, and with the ambitions of this region as a point of destination and economic prosperity. The demands for their services are largely staffing. I think that this council is familiar that 90% of our operating deployment and budgetary allocation is through staffing, and so we are confident that we have a plan that is supported. I will draw to attention, though, that as much as we conducted our analysis in developing the plan, as you're aware, we had an independent consultant analysis, and their recommendation was the immediate injection of 55 frontline resources just for frontline patrol. That was not an analysis of our investigation capacities. It was not an analysis of our civilian capacities. It was simply frontline patrol immediately. And so we took a very balanced approach to seek to stretch that out over 3 years in a means that we thought was responsible not only for the availability of simply recruiting and finding the best and the brightest, but also keeping in mind the balance of community needs as well. And so we are confident that carrying through with the plan is a balanced and responsible way just to simply keep up with community growth. Our efforts, though, to innovate, to have community collaboratives of all kinds and working with the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan is our best effort to reduce our impact, to reduce our service, and to hopefully bring more innovative solutions that will drive down police service overall. And I think that is the hope and the dream of all of us, is that we actually reduce the service provision of policing overall to allow our community to be healthier and safer. And it's a slower transition than I think all of us would like, but that's where we're trying to align ourselves.
Okay, thank you. I'm very appreciative that you're taking into consideration the community of not only your staff, but the community at large as well. Thank you.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Councillor Shantz actually referred to the most stunning slide for my money, and that's the one that showed that we increased our complement of uniform officers by 1 in 2015 and nothing until 2019. And Chief Kroll is so good that he's actually preempted my question, but I would just like to assure all of my colleagues around this horseshoe that these decisions have been data informed by the KPMG study. So this was an independent study that said we needed to add 55 uniform officers immediately. And the board, recognizing that there are always budgetary considerations and constraints, decided that we would do that over a period of years rather than provide sticker shock to the council. So it is measured. Some of these questions sort of veer into the operational, but I really commend Chief Kroll and Deputy Chair McLean for bringing in a context within which we can discuss this. So the operational issues are thoroughly vetted at WRPS Police Service Board, and I think that this is a really good conversation that's informative.
Okay. Chair Rubin, that was just statement and a question? Okay. Oh, very good. Okay, so we have a group of speakers up for a second time. I just want to remind folks that we've got a budget presentation. We've got 2 notices of motion, closed council and council tonight to get in. So, I just want to think about that as we approach round 2, as there likely won't be time for a round 3. So, I'll leave it with you there. So, Councillor Huinink.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I want to offer a clarification with respect to my previous question, and then a totally separate question for Chief Kroll and Mr. McLean. So it's my understanding that other municipalities within the Big 12 require more sworn officers than we do because they have a lesser complement of civilian officers handling administrative and other duties. So that's where that comes into play. My second question, though, on a different note, in line with what Councillor James brought to our attention, and you as well, Chief Kroll, I too believe that it is really important for police to collaborate with mental health professionals, and I was saddened to see that in 2023, the impact team was only able to respond to 18% of mental health calls. And so perhaps you could speak to some of the obstacles there and why the impact team is so limited or not able to respond to more of those calls in collaboration with you.
Thanks very much for your question. So the relationship that we've had working with the Canadian Mental Health Association on that team, you will see replicated across Canada, across Ontario, and it's something we're proud of. But when we get down to the number of calls that come in through our dispatch, that go through that initial analysis, there's still a high degree of perceived danger, risk to safety to the individuals involved, and risk to the community. And so we are never shy to enact the expertise or mental health professionals that are available. But oftentimes, if it's articulated that someone is in risk of danger related to some level of violence, it does require intervention. It doesn't mean that we can't be versatile in bringing the impact team at any point through the investigation, but we have seen a continued trend of sort of non-growth in that the criteria that would allow the mental health professionals through the impact team and also the crisis call diversion program to grow to the extent that we would like. And so in answering your question it's to our benefit to allow those experts to take over and for us to continue to grow not only those programs but others that will allow mental health professionals to take the lead to inform the work that we're doing. And we're seeking to establish, as I mentioned before, the alternative destination model, which is in works across the region right now. We're continuing to make linkages with social work and mental health partners across the region, and we want to grow the programming to alleviate as much as the police response as possible.
Chair, just a follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead.
Chief Kroll, I think that you and I are on the same wavelength, meaning that response of police and mental health in collaboration is really important. I'm not suggesting one over the other, but I'm just wondering, how do we grow the impact program such that they can, in 2024, respond to a greater percentage of mental health calls?
I wish I had a magic wand to wave the descriptions of the events that come into our system. I know that there has been historically through the course of the pandemic a total system stress for mental health professionals across all sectors, and so the availability of some staffing is something that has been incrementally growing back into our program as well. I can say that there's also been challenges with attracting and retaining professionals within this capacity based on the shift work, the climate, the level of potential violence that may become involved. And so when there's other professional opportunities, as a lot of mental health work has continued through the pandemic to remain online, I think we're seeing across those sectors a lot of professionals through some of these frontline delivery models are not seeking to join this as an admirable but challenging form of mental health intervention. And so your point, your wish, and your hope is well taken to me and our team is that we want to continue that expansion of an excellent model, and we continue to learn from other models across Ontario, across the world, on how to enhance that capacity, because our hope is the same as yours. We grow it and lessen the total number of police hours or interventions overall.
Thank you.
Councillor Foxon.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I guess I'm heading down the same type of stream. So you have youth charges and diversion, and you also had crisis call diversion. So at that time, you're calling in mental health workers or whatever else. So actually, wouldn't that be classified under upstream programs? So you're already doing upstream? And you know, I look at policing as serve and protect our community. That doesn't judge who you're serving and protect, you just serve and protect. And I always say they're the silent knights watching over our community while we go to our work or whatever. But now calling in these mental health units, you're also a congregant, or your connection. Would you say that your connection and creating almost like an upstream program as a part of the police services?
That is our hope. And just to be clear, the impact team is actually embedded in each one of our police divisions in Kitchener, Cambridge, and Waterloo. They have their own office. We work in collaboration, but they're self-deployed, as professionals. And so I'm shy to reveal plans that are in the works, but we hope to expand these capacities and expand the capabilities of others. And again, we're looking for a transfer of labor. If we can allow for the rise of other capacities within our community, amazing professionals that have expertise, that have abilities, that will supplement but also defer work away from us. That's the vision and the model we're trying to grow. So in answer to your question, yes, those capacities will grow. We also see an opportunity for our paramedic services to continue their expansion of preventative sort of healthcare response. And we work very well with them on some of these collaborative responses as well. So again, I will signal and I will beat the drum of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan as our best effort as one collective to hopefully develop those innovative solutions that will allow a myriad of programs to grow and hopefully flourish in the years to come.
Okay, thank you for your leadership and service and making it a more collaborative and for safe for all. Thank you.
Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. Just to clarify that is not upstream in the definition of upstream. But my question is around the demographics of the force. Hopefully you can answer this. In terms of gender dynamics, be it females, males, and then in terms of racialized, do you have data around that in terms of some of the recruitment and changes that you have seen or that the force has seen? Thank you.
So some of our, through the federal and provincial provisions where we're obligated to report, I can tell you that we're at currently 22% female officers, sworn officers. I don't have the demographic for civilian professionals within the organization. So that has incrementally grown, but across Canada, provincially, nationally, and locally, the average number veers between 22 and 23% for women in policing. In terms of our senior leadership team, we're at a total civilian and sworn gender balance, where 40 members of our senior leadership team, half are women. And I think that is a leading allocation across what I know across Ontario policing. Where we have work to do is to continue to grow total diversity within the organization. And so through the next version of our EDI plan, through the introduction of our new human resource information system, we hope to have a total census that is all-encompassing, that allows us to have a total depiction of the diversity across all forms within our organization to ensure that we are representing the community that we serve, and there's work to do along this front. So I don't have data to provide in terms of the amount of racialized individuals, Indigenous individuals, and other forms of diversity within the organization today. But it is something that is a challenge of not only our organization and others to meet this expectation that you and I have as well, is that we know that we're better when people can see themselves reflected in the service that we provide. And so it is our commitment through the coming year is to grow that capacity. So we have a total depiction at all times to know like who are the strength of our people, what are gaps in the system, and as this community continues to diversify, that we move towards that absolute representation that is integral to building trust and confidence in the work that we do.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to future data around that. Thank you, Chair Harris.
Councillor Erb.
I'll take a pass.
Councillor Verbenovich.
Thanks, Chair Harris. Chief, I just have one last question, and it's been touched on by a couple of colleagues, but I'd like to just dig a little deeper in it. When I look at the chart with WRPS staffing levels, from 2018 to 2022, and it looks at the average of the Big 12, the provincial rate, and the national rate. We're below all three of those as I look at that chart right now. Several of them are above or at that rate. Very few are lower, and those that are just slightly lower. But then I compare it to the crime severity index and the violent crime severity index that the Mayor Shantz talked about. And when I look at those and sort of look at those similar numbers in relation to some of the others, it seems to me that a reasonable argument could be made that part of what we're experiencing in terms of those severity indexes is because we haven't kept up in terms of staffing. Those, if I look at Halton as an example, yes, it's below the average, but it's also below the average in terms of those severity indexes. That's not the case in a number of other instances. And so I'm just wondering if you can comment on that, because I think it speaks to, like I'm the first one to be a big proponent of investing upstream, and the importance of that and how that, helps to eliminate ideally growth in the future and so on. But there's a certain reality here in that it seems we're not keeping up, and as a result, we're experiencing things that, quite frankly, the ratepayers in our community don't want to experience. I'm just wondering if you can speak to that and the correlations there.
Thank you. I don't disagree with some of the the connected dots there in terms of our total staffing, and I just want to always draw that as much as the Big 12 comparisons, the provincial and national comparisons are helpful. They're helpful for context. They're not the only measures by which we want to ensure that we're seeking staff allocations and growth. Our total wish is to simply grow with the staff of the Waterloo Region Police Service in total with the demands of our community and also the total growth of our community. And so we have been stressed for several years in terms of our case clearance capacity, the violent crime issues that you've raised. And so we are seeking to be balanced, effective, and also innovative at the same time. So I don't have much more to add other than to confirm that I believe that your overall assessment is accurate. There are continued growth demands, and I'm not shy to say that we have high levels of violent crime and victimization in this community, and I don't think there's anything alarmist about it. The data shows that year over year, and we know that the case complexity that our members are taking on is significant. So I would just point, though, that is our hope and wish that our continued a balanced investment in innovation, in civilianization, and also those frontline investigative demands, we think is still a formula to meet the demands of this community as we continue to grow. But we are playing catch up. We are playing catch up for years in which I would describe there was not an adequate level of investment. And there may have been different parameters at the time which were under a different evaluation lens and context. So we are where we are today. We're hoping that we can catch up to meet the demands that our community expects and deserves. And I think that we'll see where we are in the years to come to hopefully find the balance and to alleviate some of the issues of violent crime within this region.
And Chief, is it fair to say, my sense is, and as you know, I mean, certainly prior to being mayor and prior to the pandemic, I'd been on several ride-alongs over the years. I have a sense of the kinds of issues that our frontline officers and staff are dealing with in the community. But I think back to when I started as a councillor and today. It's a much more complex world. It's a much more difficult world, and quite frankly, the impacts on the well-being, the souls of the people who serve our community is much more difficult. And so, is it not? Is part of the challenge here that as we tackle these numbers, it's just more difficult for officers to bear the weight of the challenges that our world is facing, and that has an impact as well. So in other words, you may need a little more human resource here because the complexity of the issues is much more difficult. Like back in the day, you get the odd barroom brawl, there'd be knives once in a while and so on. Now it's common to see weapons on so many calls, right? And the impacts are often much more significant, it seems.
So what you describe is well known across Canadian policing, certainly within Ontario and locally. So where we've made some great strides is just recognizing the cumulative impact of trauma on everybody, but certainly for frontline service delivery and certainly for policing. And we're not alone. We know that others bear this burden as well for cumulative impact and so on. And so across Canadian policing, there is a minimal 10% absenteeism related to post-traumatic stress and occupational health stress leaves of absence. And so this is something that has become a focal point across some jurisdictions. It's certainly an ongoing dialogue across police associations, chiefs associations as well, is how do we adequately staff at levels that not only allow young professionals to join, but also be resilient over the course of hopefully a long-standing career of decades, and ensuring that we're providing adequate benefits, contributions, and allowances to allow people to sustain the churn that you're describing of the stress and the cumulative impact of all that's facing. So it's an ongoing challenge for us. I know that the members that we that rise to the occasion and are committed to public service are devoted, resilient, incredible people across policing and other emergency services. And so this is nothing new. I would say, though, that our investments required to support the members that we serve have never been more important than ever. And there's a total balance to ensuring the wellness of our members. And so when I speak to issues of overtime, again, I'll just highlight again, this is not sustainable for the total balance of keeping people healthy and well and safe so that they can provide those frontline services in a way that is sustainable and feasible. So again, I concur with your total assessment, and it's not lost upon emergency services and policing locally and afar.
Thank you for all your answers.
Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Yeah, so just a few things. So just to put it in perspective, we've approved 35 officers and we've approved 19 officers. And yet and just to put that in perspective, that doesn't mean we've actually added that many number of people. We've only added 13 additional officers over a 2-year period. So there's a significant shortfall in the number of officers. And I just want to talk about Councillor Huinink raises a good point about the impact in the community and what that all entails. But there's also another impact of when you're adding officers but haven't hired officers. and Ms. Hand might be able to assist in this, but, you know, we talked about the annualization and we raised a concern about the annualization starting January 1 to pay for officers we don't have. And so throughout this year, we've paid for a number of officers we don't have. And at the end of Q1 of this year, the surplus in the salary and wages was $3.1 million. At the end of Q2, the surplus was $4.6 million. This is after all overtime costs. At the end of Q3, the variance was $6 million for salary and wages. That's a positive of $6 million in salary and wages. The overall net levy at the end of Q3 was $8 million. I'm talking about a surplus of $8 million at the end of Q3 this year. Now, Ms. Hand has indicated that at the end of this year, that $8 million will become a surplus of $200,000. How does it go from 8 million to 200? Now, she notes where the WRPS received a grant of $800,000 for prisoner transportation and court protection so that the overall net levy or surplus will be $1 million. But the question I have, Chief, is how did it go from $8 million in Q3 and 3 months later, it's going down to $200,000?
So I don't have the figures before me. I think that there's potentially a misreading of some of that data. And with every budget, municipally, regionally, and beyond, there's year-over-year provisions and a settling that happens towards the end of the year, a number of contributions, a number of services that are paid, and then a total balancing of things throughout the year. So yes, we report with full transparency to the board on a regular basis, and we have a reserve and reserve fund management policy. But there's a number of in-year transactions that occur to provide that cumulative balance. So I would point us all towards the historical record on where we are on surpluses, and I think that's more than responsible to understand that any complex public safety, public service organization has some allowance for the churn, the minutia of HR transactions within an organization. And there's a number of alignments that have occurred over the past couple of years within Ontario related to the onboarding, the training, and now 4 classes at the Ontario Police College. And so our board has supported the onboarding of new officers commensurate with Q1 annually. But there's a number of in-year transactions that occur across the Waterloo Regional Police Service, across all municipalities that would account for those transactions. So Ms. Hand might be able to provide some further details to some of those adjustments.
Yeah, just a follow-up. I mean, Ms. Hand can send us a report so that we can see why, because by a further estimate, I'm talking about the Q3 was $8 million. Q4, because there was a transfer to reserves of $1.4 million, and based on the trend of salaries and wages, could have been a $10 million surplus. That is now, we're now being told is a $200,000 surplus.
I don't think that's an accurate
Excuse me,
depiction.
Chief. I please, if I could just continue.
So this is somewhat getting into a debate, but
I'm not
if you could ask
debating.
your
I'm asking a
follow-up.
question.
Well, I'd like you to get to your follow-up.
I will. I just was interrupted. So I'd like to have Ms. Hand provide us with a report to explain so that we have it clear, because the explanation was overtime costs, but that's not going to answer this question. And so you've outlined some other things, and I think it would be good to get a report from Ms. Hand to council to explain why that's reduced from the number it is, the 8 million at Q3, down to 200,000.
So I just that's fine. We're happy to supply that report. But I just like to correct here. You're talking of numbers that don't exist, about an $8 million surplus. We're talking about budgetary allocations that are transactional throughout the course of the year. So the use of that language, I think, is misleading. And our record is pretty accurate year over year in terms of the total surplus and reserve transfer that occurs that has ranged 1.1% over the past 6 years. So your depiction of our in-year transactions, I think, is inaccurate. We're happy to provide a follow-up report.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, I'm being called inaccurate. I think I just want to clarify that my numbers come
That's not a point of order.
Directly from the police reports. Okay. Thank you.
So we've asked for some clarity. I think there's a commitment to get that. Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, to the Chief, I do appreciate a learning experience that I've had with regards to being a member of the Police Services Board. And the thing that's been brought home to me over the last year, since I've been a member, is the ongoing, to some extent, of friction and conflict between Police Services Board and some members of council. And we need to mitigate that as much as possible, because I think when misinformation gets out into the public, i.e. Reserve funds that can be taken back by the council, etc., it ends up really in terms of exposing bad press for the policing community. So I guess in order to move forward, I guess we can assume that at any time that any member of council has a question, has a number of questions regarding the budget or things that are happening within the policing community, I'm assuming that you're always available to answer those questions and to be thorough and straightforward and professional in terms of giving the correct answers.
That is our commitment, and that has been our commitment. I think that this is an evolving relationship, and we certainly welcome the scrutiny, the total accountability from our citizens and those who you represent, and certainly with the board's guidance, governance, that is an open invitation for us to provide total transparency on our total accountability, so yes.
Yeah, I think it's important going forward as a council and a police services board that we come together and try to mitigate some of this conflict and friction that doesn't always have to be in an open forum, but could be easily discussed and resolved behind the scenes at times. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. Well, thank you, Chief, and members of the Waterloo Region Police Service Board for coming in today and making your presentation. We will now move to item 8. This information is being received for information. Obviously, Regional Solicitor, Director of Legal Services, Graham Walsh is here if there are any questions on that report. If not, I will move to item number 9, plan and budget presentation. I will ask the Commissioner of Corporate Services and CFO to deliver that presentation, Mr. Craig Dyer. Perhaps we need a minute for the clerk staff to get the slide deck up and to Craig to compose himself, and we'll be ready to go. Yeah, we could take, how about we take 4 minutes, or whenever I get back. had at last introduced our CFO, Mr. Dyer, and so I'll ask Mr. Dyer to start his presentation on his 2024 plan and budget. They will. Over to you, Mr. Dyer.
Thank you to the chair. And if we could move to the next slide, we'll start off today's presentation with just a brief overview of the agenda. We're going to run through a couple of slides just to make sure everybody is up to speed in terms of the status of the 2024 budget. We have additional information that was requested from committee back on November the 7th with respect to the fee-for-service and interim plan to end chronic homelessness. We'll have the consideration of those related recommendations that were either referred or deferred from the committee back on November 7th, and then two briefing notes, one with respect to industrial land readiness and one with respect to funding for external organizations. Next slide, please. And just a reminder that you now have a growing library of resources relating to the 2024 budget, including the agenda and background material for today. There's a link here to the budget book available on our website, which also includes all the service expansions and links back to the previous strategic plan and budget committee agendas. Next slide, please. So in terms of overall, the status, so this slide is meant to provide a high-level overview of the status of the budget as it stands right now, inclusive of the service expansions that have been approved by committee to date, the service expansions that will be coming forward next week at the committee's next meeting on November 29th, as well as the additional funding relating to the plan to end chronic homelessness. Taking all that into account, the region portion of the budget sitting at a 9.6% increase, the police portion of the budget sitting at a 4.6% increase based on the approval that was provided by the board back on November 15th. And overall, when you take the weighted average of those two, you get an overall budget position of 8%. This is based on 2% assessment growth, and we'll be updating the assessment growth figures when the committee reconvenes for its next meeting on the 29th. Next slide, please. And just a reminder that the proposed use at this point of the tax stabilization reserve, inclusive of the plan to end chronic homelessness, is about $8.8 million, and that is reflected in the numbers that we saw on the previous slide. Next slide, please. And we'll continue to provide an update of this slide, which is the funding of services that in most other provinces would be funded by provincial revenues. We were asked last time to add to this chart the 2023 numbers. We were previously showing a comparison from back to 2019. So we've added in the 2023 figures. We've also added in, based on some feedback from the committee, where we're also using reserve funding, which is typically from the tax stabilization reserve. So those figures are now reflected in the 2024 and in the 2023 numbers. And we'll keep this updated as committee moves through its budget approval process. Next slide, please. So with respect to the two reports in question, so this slide is taken directly from the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness report that was considered by committee back on November 7th, and the recommendations from that report were approved and referred to this committee. Overall, including the fee-for-service impacts, it's a $14 million increase from an expenditure perspective. Again, $3.2 million funded from the tax stabilization reserve, and an overall property tax levy impact in 2024 of $11 million. And our current projection for 2025 would be an incremental $8 million of levy funding, which would take us to the total of $19 million that you see in the bottom right-hand corner of this slide. Next slide, please. In addition to that, it is proposed that an additional hybrid shelter be added to our 2024 and 2025 capital program. It's roughly a $3 million investment with funding from the Homelessness Prevention Capital Reserve. Next slide, please. And so we thought this might be helpful just to give some context to committee with respect to the last few years in terms of the overall housing services and homelessness budgets. This, of course, has been a top priority for this and previous councils, and you can see the change going from 2023 to 2024 in terms of total expenditure, increasing by about $27 million. Again, this includes the recommendations taken from the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness report. The $151 million in total costs covers not only homelessness programs, but all of our various housing programs as well. The $151 million funded by a combination of provincial funding, user fees, which is essentially the rent revenue that's collected from the tenants at our Waterloo Region housing units. And then you can see at the bottom, you can see the region tax levy figure, which again has grown significantly over the years, and I think is a reflection of the importance that this and previous councils have put to the housing and homelessness programs over the last couple of years. And this is based on the budget as it stands today. Next slide, please. And then just going a little deeper into the homelessness piece of what was on the previous slide. So the homelessness budget going from about $42 million in 2023 to an estimated $60 million in 2024, an increase of $18 million. And you can see how the funding has changed. Part of the levy increase in 2024 is to replace provincial money that is now no longer available. This was money that was available to us through COVID, typically through the Safe Restart program. That is now being replaced with levy funding. In addition to that, we have the introduction of the Tax Stabilization Reserve in 2024 and the additional levy funding that we referred to on the previous page. Next slide, please. And so with that, I'll turn this presentation over to my colleague, Mr. Sweeney, who will be providing some additional information on the two reports that were previously considered by the Community and Health Services Committee back on November the 7th.
I'm not up here very often. Good afternoon, Regional Council and my colleagues in the gallery. Today is National Housing Day, and it's an appropriate time to revisit some of the information that we shared with you a few weeks ago, and I want to thank members of Regional Council who joined us earlier today down in Cambridge at the Idea Exchange for our celebration. It was a really good conversation and a great opportunity for a number of folks who are working really, really hard to participate in our idea and our concept of homes for all. And we had a number of conversations about where we are and where we're going. And so I wanted to frame today's update, which I'm intending to hopefully accomplish two things that you've asked me to come back. One is some further information with respect to the fee for service and the process and their criteria and how we went through that. And also there were a number of questions at committee with respect to the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness and specifically about some of the outcomes that we're hoping to achieve. So my goal today is twofold: to hit both of those points and then, of course, answer any questions that you might have. I want to go back to a slide that you would have seen in the presentation a few weeks ago, and what you're seeing on the top of this graph is the exponential growth of chronic homelessness in this community, and the bottom line is the growth of affordable housing that we're currently on track to realize in this community. And so in a sense, what we're trying to do is we need to close this gap. And I'm reminded by, for those of you who were in attendance this morning, Dr. Erin Day from Wilfrid Laurier University, who specializes in qualitative research around chronic homelessness. She reminded the room that where we find ourselves today is not the result of some things that have happened in the last couple of years. That in fact, This is decades in the making, and she made the point, in fact, even 400 years in the making when we look at our colonial past that we are continuing to reckon with. The reason we find ourselves in this particular state is multifaceted, but is certainly related to a number of decisions that were made outside of this community in respect to the federal government's decision to drastically move away from the provision and the building of social housing in this country, and of course the deinstitutionalization in this province, and some folks in that sector talk about that as being done without a real plan to support people coming back into community. So the goal here is what we're trying to achieve with the Plan to End Chronic Homelessness is to address the gap that you see on your screen here today. So what we've decided to do, so most of what you're going to see, if I could have the next slide, please, Aaron. I don't know if it's Aaron. Most of what you're going to see today is the same information that we presented to you a couple of weeks ago. We've just added a bit more context. And so the first thing that we've done is we've taken the investments that we have in front of you today, and we've put them into these specific pillars as they relate to the continuum and the effort to close that gap. And I will go through each of these in a bit more detail in the coming minutes, but want to just acknowledge that in order to address the work and the challenges that we have, we need a number of tools in our toolkit. And they focus in these four particular areas. The first is to be responsive to the acuity of the current situation, the crisis of chronic homelessness in this community. The next is a specific set of tools and investments related to transitioning to the future through the Housing First lens. The third is actually looking and seeing ourselves. You might remember the presentation of our colleagues back in September when they brought forward some of the key learnings, and you heard from Alex at the Social Development Center about the system needs to see itself and the work that we need to do to actually look at the systemic reasons why we're dealing with this situation. And then, of course, there's a significant amount of work that has to carry on in terms of maintaining the existing work that we're doing. Over the last 18 months, we have on a number of occasions come back before you to ask for opportunities to add tools, to strengthen tools in our toolkit to address chronic homelessness. If I could have the next slide, please. Before I jump into to those pillars in a bit more detail, I want to just, again, quickly revisit the fee-for-service proposal. And there's three particular components I want to address here today, and something new I want to share with you as well. The first is to remind Council that this particular tool in the toolkit was built around the criteria of funding proposals that had at their cores a criteria anchored in the Housing First philosophy, that had as specific outcomes permanent housing for people currently experiencing chronic homelessness, and to adequately, through data and other measures, describe how that was going to happen. Of the proposals put forward to the region of Waterloo through the fee-for-service funding envelope and the criteria set forth and approved by this council, the 9 successful proposals come with a target of 303 permanent housing outcomes. By the extension of this work, and in your appendix of today's package, you will see that we included an overview in aggregate of the criteria and how the 9 successful applicants met those criteria, and where and how those proposals that came forward from colleagues in our community who are doing incredibly good and important work and did not go forward with a proposal that met the criteria in this specific case, particularly in the ability to articulate permanent housing outcomes. If I could have the next slide, please. So going back to our pillars, the first is responding to the current reality. This is, again, our effort to work with the community, in the community, to respond and support those who are currently experiencing chronic homelessness. My intention today is not to go through each of these. These line items are in the budget that you received. What we were asked for is to articulate with a bit more detail in a different format some of the expected outcomes. So you can see, for example, in the encampment response and outreach team, we've added some notation around the ability for us to increase housing plan engagement, to be in the community where people are at. We've also looked at expanding the hybrid shelter. There were a number of questions and comments around that, and we're looking at this as a specific tool. We know through our conversations with those that were living at Herbs Road back in June and July, that over 70% of those who were there at that time indicated that they preferred the opportunity to live at Herbs Road than they would at our traditional shelter system. This is a place that was a new addition to our toolkit. And I also just want to provide a bit of an update. I was at Herbs Road yesterday, and you might recall a few weeks ago I reported that 6 individuals since opening at Herbs Road had transitioned to permanent housing. That was in the first 4 months, so I think I misspoke and said the first 6 months. And what I've learned yesterday, that as of yesterday, since opening in late April, early May, 12 people who originally chose to live at Herbs Road have moved on to permanent housing. And I can tell you, in fact, in the coming days, there are 2 more people who are currently living there that this week are actually looking at opportunities to transition to permanent housing. So in the first 6 months, 12 to 14 people have accessed Herbs Road and moved on to permanent housing. If I can move to the next slide, please. Oh, sorry, just to back up. I want to just also note, I did talk about this at the last committee meeting, but I want to just put another point on it today. We have something what we're calling the System Stabilization Fund. This is $2.4 million. This is a fund that we are including in the budget ask and the investments that currently sits unallocated to specific initiatives. This is intended to reflect and acknowledge that the conversations we are having in the community to build the plan to end chronic homelessness remains work to be done. The number of initiatives that are coming forward that we do not have the ability to put a specific dollar amount, a specific outcome to, will fall into this, what I will call a bucket of resources. This would include a number of opportunities for organizations and initiatives in this community that don't fit in other specific, this is the round peg in the square hole, in terms of other initiatives. And as you can see, there are a number of examples there that we could be looking at. Our intention at this point would be to come back to council by the end of Q1 or April at the latest with an overview of how we intend to allocate those resources, and that process would be done with our partners at the co-creators table in the community. Now, if I could move on to the next slide. The second one here I've already spoken to. This is the moving from our current reality. This is a pot of resources within the budget ask that is specifically driving permanent housing outcomes, which is why the fee for service funding envelope that is specific to those outcomes is in this particular pillar, and also our portable rent supplements. Again, as a reminder, in communities around the globe that focused on a housing first approach to solving and ending chronic homelessness, the existence of portable rent supplements are the pillar of those plans, along with the social supports that are required for people that need it. In this budget ask, the portable rent supplements of $3.2 million represents the largest percentage of the overall asks, and the outcome will be 150 permanent housing solutions. To put a finer point on that, that immediately reduces our paths list by 26%. 25 of those rent supplements will be earmarked for those who identify as Indigenous in this community, which we know through our data that of the people experiencing chronic homelessness in Waterloo region, 20% identify as First Nation, Inuit, or Métis, when in the general population, it's around 2%. We also know that scattered site portable rent supplements in this community have a 99% success rate. I also want to point out here that this is a tool that is perfectly suited for those that can take advantage of it and are ready for it. This is not a tool that is appropriate for everybody given the acuity of their chronic homelessness. Next slide, please. The third pillar is what we're calling creating a sustainable and equitable future, tied specifically to our strategic plan. There are resources in here to continue the work. We've made a commitment to build a plan to end chronic homelessness in the community, with the community, and by the community, and resources for us to continue to do that. In addition to resources and investment in what we're calling the lived experience prototyping project, this is a recognition that the things that we are currently doing, have been doing for a long time, don't always work for everybody. This is putting resources to our commitment to centering lived experience in the work and looking at prototypes on how we might do things differently. Next slide, please. And then, of course, there's a significant effort that needs to happen to maintain the existing solutions that we have put into this community, that you as regional council have endorsed and put a step forward. We heard this morning from colleagues in this space who talked about Waterloo region being on the map in this country in terms of people are watching what we're doing. They're paying attention to the investments that are being made, and they're paying attention to the tools that we are deploying to end chronic homelessness. Also earlier this week, for those that you might have seen it, there was an article in the Globe and Mail about the importance of protecting the existing stock of affordable, deeply affordable, attainable housing in this community. The new units that we build tend to get all the press and all the glory. The conversations we have about supporting those who are currently living unsheltered tend to take up a significant amount of the time that we talk about this, and yet there are thousands and thousands of people that we are supporting through a number of different ways who are currently housed, but precariously so. And across the country, the statistic that stopped me in my tracks with my morning tea was that for every unit of affordable housing we've built in this country, we've lost 11. So you might remember when I came forward a few weeks ago, there was a specific part of the conversation and a commitment to come back, and one of the recommendations that you'll see in a few minutes for staff to come back with some policy options and policy alternatives. We've already started that work. There are things that are at our disposal, and it's our intention to bring those back that are focused on not only building new, not only getting people inside, but ensuring those that are currently housed have a place to continue to live. And with that, I'll ask to go to the final slide, and then I'll close and answer any questions. So I showed you at the beginning a graph that showed the exponential growth in chronic homelessness and the gap that we are trying to close. I'm not sure what color that is in your eyes, but it looks blue to me. But you'll see what we're trying to do is flatten this curve. And I think back to something that I think we can all relate to in the early days of the COVID pandemic, when we were worried, when we were scared, when we were unsure of how this was going to affect our lives, our families, and our community. We realized very early as a society that there were things that we needed to do in the interim before the long term came available to us. So if you think back to those days before we had a vaccine, what did we do? We kept our distance. We wore our masks. And then we allowed the system to build out the vaccines that ultimately got us to a point where we could carry forward as a society. It's the same analogy to what we're trying to do here. A significant amount of time and resources needs to go in to wear our masks, to keep people safe, and to support those who are currently living outside while we continue to build and protect the affordable and attainable housing that everybody needs, so everybody in Waterloo Region can have a home. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions about the presentation or any information in the appendix.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Mr. Dyer will review the motions.
Right, so if we can move to the next slide. This is just a reminder of the next few slides of the motions that are before you today. So the first relates to the fee-for-service requests. This item was deferred at the November 7th committee meeting, and there's a series of resolutions to approve the proposal set out in Appendix A, to amend the budget, to authorize the Commissioner of Community Services and Director of Housing to execute agreements, And if we go to the next slide, and I won't read through all of them, 3 more recommendations, all geared towards implementing the fee-for-service requests in the housing stability system. So that's the first set of motions for consideration today. And then the second set is the item that was approved on November 7th and referred by the Community and Health Services Committee to Budget Committee, which is the overall interim plan to end chronic homelessness, which again has resolutions with respect to amending the operating budget, funded from the Tax Stabilization Reserve and the levy, to amend the capital program, to establish a homelessness prevention capital reserve. And if we go to the next slide, again, a series of additional recommendations in order to implement the plan as contemplated in the November 7th report. And with that, I'll turn it back to the chair.
Okay. I do believe Councillor Rabanovic was online, but is had to pop away for a minute, so we'll maybe put him at the bottom of the list. And so with that, I'll go to Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. And I have to say it's very appropriate that we're dealing with this today. And I was one of the lucky council members with a few colleagues that was in Cambridge, and it was a great celebration. I guess I embrace the plan to end chronic homelessness. I think it's brilliant. I think that the input that we've had from the community makes it rock solid. And I'm the first to admit that although we've been seized with this issue of homelessness for it feels like years now, I'm no expert, but I do talk to experts and I pay attention to them. And I was really zeroing in on 2 slides. And one is page 12 that looks at the gap. So it's the before rather than the last one we just looked at. And I have to say that really concerns me. Not because it's not the right thing to do, but because how are we ever going to catch up? And I look at the direction that we're giving staff to talk to the federal and provincial government, and this was absolutely something that was brought up time and time again this morning when we were listening to true experts talk about what needed to happen. And I listened to Professor Erin, was it Dej, is how you say her name?
Day.
And she's very much into qualitative research. And when I did research, I like qualitative, but I like quantitative as well. And I know that there are things that we are doing that really provide return to the population who we're trying to serve. And I look at the tension points that have been identified by experts in the field, not me, about the rent supplements, and that's 150 additional people, and the prevention in upstream, and that's, 303 more spaces? That's significant. That's an outcome that I think is well worth the investment. And I'm not saying the other things aren't worth the investment. I just worry at how we're ever going to catch up, because there are so many inputs that create the precarious housing and the fact that people end homeless. So I guess my question to you, Peter, really is, how do we get our arms around sort of that impact, acknowledging that we need all kinds of tools in the toolkit, and there are a variety of ways to meet people where they are. But it does concern me when I look at that gap and think, how do we ever catch up? And if you can add to that, like you used a great analogy about the COVID pandemic and the fact that we came together. Those monies have stopped, and yet the trend hasn't stopped. So I think we need to go back to other levels of government and say we need that money, and we need it now, because those trends are continuing.
There's a lot there, Chair Redmond, but I think on the qualitative piece, so that gap that we're talking about is the inflow that we see and our outflow and our ability to find permanent housing for folks, and it's the outpacing of that. While not perfect, there is an argument to be made that there's a one-to-one relationship to both of those. So if we reduce the number of people who are chronically homeless, and we also add another unit of housing, you're actually starting to close the gap just by doing that work. I 100% agree that, and we heard it this morning, that this is an issue that has, in particular in the Ontario scenario, has landed in the laps of municipalities across this province. That looks a little bit different than other jurisdictions. We heard and saw very clearly the impact of the federal government's decision to go from, I can't remember what it was, 20,000 units of social housing a year down to 1,000, and the impact that that's had. Clearly, this is a scenario, a situation, I would say it's a crisis that requires the attention, the investment, and the resources from every level of government and all of our community as well. So I think my short answer, it's not even that short now that I'm rambling on, the challenges are multifactorial and our response needs to be the same. And so what we've tried to put forward and show in a bit of a different way this week as opposed to a couple of weeks ago, how there is an absolute immediate need that needs to be addressed. Otherwise, that inflow to homelessness is not going to stop, is not going to abate. We have to plug the hole in the bucket, so to speak. And so that's why we think there needs to be investments to support people who are currently here, while at the other end of the continuum, making sure that folks who are currently housed are able to stay there. So it's a bit of a roundabout. I don't know if I got to your specific answer, other than to agree with your assessment of the challenge. And I guess the only other thing I will add is, if we do nothing, that gap will get bigger.
And I just want to be very clear, I'm not suggesting we do nothing, and I know that's not what you're inferring. It would be disingenuous not to say there's sticker shock to the amount of money, not only that we have invested, that we will propose to consider investing in the future investment, the $18 million that is now on our plate because the federal and provincial funding has now stopped. So I use that a bit as a cautionary tale to say I wouldn't want to abandon this plan, but there is sticker shock, and I think we do have to consider not only impact on this budget, but future budgets, and how we continue to make sure that other levels of government step up to provide the kind of funding that clearly we need. And I mean, the background material is very informative, and I know that we have partners out there. We couldn't do this without our partners, and some of them are having amazing success. It's great to hear about the hybrid encampment, and I understand that the House of Friendship on Weaver Street is having some success, and I know that Bridges in Cambridge has been highly successful in getting people into housing. It's still not enough, and it won't be, and we will always be playing catch up, and that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it. It just means I think we have to consider the impact as we go forward.
Yes, if I could, through you, chairs, I want to acknowledge on behalf of the staff team and behalf of the community that helped us put this together, the magnitude of the ask that is in front of you is not lost on us. The exponential growth in the investments that are required to deal with an exponential crisis are not lost on us. I did some quick math 3 or 4 years ago, the percentage, if you look at the overall housing and homelessness budget, the percentage of that budget, the overall budget that was dedicated and earmarked for homelessness programs was about 25%. What we're putting in front of you today moves that to almost 40. So the answer to the next question is, well, what's the right ratio? I don't know. But if the logic follows that the immediate crisis and the immediate need remains an acute situation, we have to find ways to support people, move on, and actually get to a place where, we're spending less on supporting people who are experiencing homelessness and more on work to ensure that people are housed and stay housed. I don't know where that tipping point is, but clearly when the growth of the need continues to escape us, what we've put forward today is our best foot forward from a financial perspective, knowing full well, and I just want to make sure that I remind council that we are coming back in April. This is not the full plan, and so there are other things that we still need to hear from this community, but I do respect and appreciate the magnitude of the ask that's in front of you today.
Okay, so I do have a speakers list. Just remind folks we have had a robust discussion on this once already. It was deferred back to today. So with that, Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Peter, I just want to, you mentioned you acknowledge the acuity of chronic homelessness. So what does that mean in terms of the criteria, for example, like a better tent city, and the issue? And I'm assuming, but maybe you can clarify for me, that when you're acknowledging the acuity of chronic homelessness, it's the issue of transitioning is a big problem because of the acuity of chronic homelessness. Is that fair, or is that a misinterpretation on my part?
It might be. So when I
That's
talk about
fine.
that, I'm not speaking about the acuity of an individual. I'm talking about the acuity of the crisis that I think when we're seeing 28% growth year over year of homelessness and sort of the inflow to homelessness in terms of the crisis that I believe it exists. So that's the word I'm using, and but I don't mean to suggest that I have a handle specifically on the individual acuity. We have tools to do that. We don't have a lot of tools to compare the acuity of folks who are accessing one service versus the other, as well as in a robust way that I think we need to figure that out. But that's what I'm talking about, is just the crisis of the current situation.
Right.
Does that help?
And lack of mental health supports in the community, lack of drug addiction strategies or what have you to assist people is just growing exponentially. The housing crisis, making it difficult for anyone to rent, even someone who's making $100,000 a year to be able to rent someplace, for example, or purchase anyway. But the question I'm wondering is, it gets back to Better Tent City, because obviously I'm a big fan of that. I know everyone is. And the criteria, did you say that we can see the rankings? I've been looking for it and I couldn't find it in the material.
No, what I said is in the appendix, there's an overview of the aggregate of the proposals that met or exceeded the criteria and the reasons for that, primarily being the 303 permanent housing outcomes. And we've also taken an overview, an aggregate of the proposals that did not meet the criteria to give council and the public an overview of why not. The organizations that did not meet the criteria and were not put forward, all of those organizations we've connected with, as is our practice in procurement. All of the organizations, with I believe the exception of one, have had a conversation with staff, and our practice is to go through those proposals if they wish, to answer questions, provide feedback on how, if there's another opportunity coming forward. That is our standard practice in procurement. So no, there is no public release of individual scores for any proposal that comes forward in any sort of procurement process here at the region.
Thanks. I'm just going to have to process all of that, but I appreciate your comments. Thanks.
Councillor Solomon.
Thank you for your presentation. I appreciate seeing some of the anticipated outcomes. I did have a few questions on the motel funding model, how exactly that equates to 172 permanent housing outcomes, as well as expanding the hybrid shelters. Why is the term transitional housing used? As we know, in housing first models, it is not transitional. There's emergency housing, and then as soon as possible, you put somebody into a permanent housing space, as well as, the outcomes of 16 to 25 people semi-housed for $3 million capital and $760,000 operational, I think is a pretty hard pill to swallow, and one that I think we can frankly invest money better, even looking at some of our providers such as through supportive housing, so SHOW. In their report, they have that every $10 invested in supportive housing results in an average of $21,000 saved across healthcare, social services, justice systems, versus a shelter bed, you're looking at $2,100 per month, which is significantly more than what emergency housing would be or what you're deeming as transitional housing. I'm a bit confused on that and why we're not investing in actual permanent long-term solutions, why we're continuing to see transitional when you're saying that we're housing first. I appreciate we have an acute problem to deal with. Why are we still not dealing with the actual issues that are arising in homelessness and causing it more, which again, I'm sure you're aware, we have the largest rising population in Waterloo region shelters are seniors, so 60 and over. Most of them have never been unhoused before, and a lot of that is due to unsecure housing and unstable housing situations. So why are we not investing more into that? I appreciate that you are investing into it. Why are we not investing more into that to prevent more people from becoming unhoused?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Salonen. I might do this in no particular order if I may, so if I miss something that you've asked, please direct me back towards it. I want to just be clear, when I talk about the housing first piece, it's very specifically related to the fee for service funding envelope. There are things that we do in this community that aren't necessarily aligned with the specific terminology around housing first. That specific funding envelope, organizations were asked to align. So that's just, I want to, not in general and not writ large. The second thing I want to say is if you'll indulge me in an analogy again, related to your questions around the investments and the return on investment in the hybrid shelter as an example. We know that the number of people experiencing chronic homelessness in this community experience that for different reasons, for different lengths of time, and with with unique needs. And now this is where I will go back to Councillor Deutschman's comment and talk about acuity of an individual looks very, very different. And so the analogy that I would use is I spent 15 years in the healthcare system, in the hospitals sector in particular, and I think about the number of patients that we can see in a community in an outpatient clinic versus an inpatient ward versus an intensive care unit, or at my former hospital up the street at St. Mary's, a cardiac critical care unit. The cost per bed, the investment per bed or case is dramatically different. And so there are times where we have people who require a higher level of acuity and a higher level of intervention than on other times. So in an environment like this, where individuals experiencing chronic homelessness have different needs, we're not at a place where, and we heard this morning, where everybody that experiences chronic homelessness can be given a key to an apartment and wish them luck. There are people who, especially when we think about some of the folks we're seeing at Herbs Road, and we heard from our friends at A Better 10 City, we're supporting people and they're supporting people who have experienced chronic homelessness for years. And the intervention that is required often requires, in some cases, again, going back to my toolkit, there are tools in our toolkit that some are blunter than others, some are more fine point, and some are more expensive than others. But to reach and meet the needs of the population experiencing this requires different interventions. Much like we wouldn't make a suggestion that somebody who currently needs and is sitting or lying in a critical care bed at $20,000 a day or whatever it is should be moved to a ward bed because it's more economical. It's the same reason we have those percentages, those relatively small. So Herbs Road, as a percentage of our overall shelter and supportive housing stock, is less than 10%. We've never come forward to say that this is the most cost effective, but we do know there were a lot of people and continue to be a lot of people who don't access our traditional shelter system. We put forward an idea that hadn't been tested before, not in a municipal setting, and we're going to learn from that. And what we're seeing so far is that the majority of people who have accessed it wouldn't have accessed anything else. And in 6 months, we've been able to move a quarter of those people through to permanent housing. So the investments required look different depending on the acuity of the situation. Did I hit all your points?
You did. I think you and I have a very fundamental different understanding of housing first and the way to go forward on chronic homelessness, as well as even grand statements such as Herbs Road has never been done before. If you do any search of the US during COVID, there were many municipalities who invested in very similar comparable models. And again, we've seen huge numbers of it costing immense amounts of resources and not providing the best outcomes for those who are unhoused. Yes. Regardless of that, I would ask the chair if we could look at asking staff to bring back what a phased-in approach of this would look like over 3 years, perhaps. I would be open to seeing what my colleagues think, to see what those service levels are. Because one other thing I would also say is the way this is being presented is as if we aren't already contributing to homelessness and we aren't carrying over all of our annualized homelessness budgets. So I would like to see what service levels that looks like if staff were to bring back, defer both of these motions and bring back what this in a staged approach would look like, because I'm also very cognizant of individuals who've reached out who are just making their mortgage payments and tax increases, as well as they have to renew their mortgages, which we all know interest rates are going up, and that is CMHC has stated that it's something like 1/3 of our population has to increase. I don't want to raise our taxes to be causing more people to need our homelessness services. So I don't know if that needs to be a motion, Chair, or if that can be direction to staff. I will let you all discuss.
Okay. Well, we do have a deferral. I think there's a bit of discussion here about the date being likely budget day is going to be, our date that we would need to put on this. So give me a minute here, perhaps. Yeah, let's take a few minutes, if you don't mind, and we'll reconvene. Okay. that up. And what I can do is read it so that the recommendations with respect to the interim plan to end chronic homelessness, as described in the report, and the fee-for-service requests in the housing stability system, as described in the report, be deferred, and that staff be directed to report back on December 13th, 2023, with a revised implementation plan over 3 years. Seconder on that? Councillor Craig. Typically, we wouldn't have much discussion on this one, or question. I guess there's questions on the deferral. We're going to go right to the vote then. Oh, Councillor Shantz, sorry.
Just a question on process. So I have some more questions on the report itself that if there, I know I can't ask it now, but if there's a deferral, and then we can't ask those questions until the day it's brought, we're not working with full information.
That would be correct. This would be deferred to the 13th.
I mean, if allowed, I'm happy to wait for my deferral to go after everyone's questions are answered. Wow. I don't know procedurally if it's allowed.
We are somewhat down that rabbit hole already. We could further add to this.
I know. We're going to lose him. He's at his wit's end.
I mean, we have a deferral that's been moved and seconded. If it's defeated, I imagine we carry on. If not, I'd imagine the questions that you'd asked today could be very much asked on the 13th. And in between now and then, there's the potential for those questions to be asked of staff, in a non-formal way or formal way. But yeah. Chair Redmond.
Okay, my question is on the deferral, and you let me know because it's time and place, but I guess I'm just wondering what we're expecting staff to bring back. I mean, are they compartmentalizing and acknowledging that there's all kinds of community input in this? Are we just saying to them, take the funding and put it over 3 years? Or are we looking for dollars and cents? Or are we looking for parsing out of the actual plan over 3 years? I'm not clear on that because that's a really short turnaround and there's so many inputs into this plan. I guess I'm just not clear on what we're voting for.
So maybe Councillor Salonen?
Yeah, considering we don't actually have the plan yet, it would not be the plan. I'm waiting for April to see what the rest of the cohesive plan is. No, it's more so dollars and cents that I'm looking to see how they would phase that out because I don't know if some things need to be done right now this year, some things can be phased out later. So I'm assuming probably it wouldn't be evenly budgeted out over 3 years, but there would probably be prioritization. I would leave that to staff to bring back, but it's dollars and cents that I'm looking for.
Councillor Foxon? Or Peter, do you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, if I may. Just to be clear, the investment ask that we've put in front of you has been built around the assumption that should council direct staff to do this work, the work starts in January. And we have, for example, in the operating costs for the second hybrid shelter, we're only assuming 3 months worth of operating because we know from experience that it'll take 6 to 8 months to build another one well. So this is not a budget that has not been that we haven't appreciated the expenditure. So to Chair Redmond's comment, some direction to staff in terms of, and you've provided that, would be helpful as well. And if I could also just, if I can be indulged for the public record, when I said that the Herbs Road was the first of its kind, I should have said the first of its kind run by a municipality in Ontario. I was not suggesting that tiny home communities had not been tried and implemented in other jurisdictions across North America. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Foxon.
Thank you, and to you, Chair. And I don't disagree with Councillor Solomon's ask, but when you get, and I look at the logistics of it, I don't know how we can do it. We don't have land. We don't have land ready to, what she says, homes first, and I agree with her there, but we don't have the space or the capacity for that right now. And then I look at Peter's plan, and Peter's plan is to build, to deal with homelessness right away, get them off the street, get them into a program. But we have to escalate it to the permanent, what Councillor Solomon is saying. And both of them are, to me, saying the same thing. One is how we get it right away, dealing with the crisis situation, because I think, Councillor Solomon, I really like you, but I think that we're not there yet. We don't have the space. We don't have. If we could take all the empty factories that the government has funded over the years and made that into housing, but we can't do that yet.
Yeah.
We're not there.
So I'm going to ask that we just stick to the deferral discussion, I suppose. You know, I want to make sure people have clarity on what they're voting here on. Councillor Huinink, do you have a question on the deferral?
My question is not about the deferral, no.
Okay. So again, just so everyone's clear with so that staff be directed to report back on December 13th with a revised implementation plan over 3 years. So moved by Councillor Salonen, seconded by Councillor Craig, and we will go to a vote on this now.
The suspense is killing me.
Yeah, so that's a tie vote, so that's defeated. So we will go back to the speakers list on the recommendation, and I believe it was Councillor Huinink that was up next. Councillor Huinink.
First of all, it makes me sad that the plan to end chronic homelessness is costing far less than our investment in the airport and far less than our investment in policing, and yet we're not, some of us are questioning the legitimacy of spending on that. But my question, Mr. Sweeney, in the plan to end chronic homelessness PowerPoint, you have lots to say about targeting marginalized homelessness or marginalized chronically homeless people. I was just wondering if you could comment on the reduction of Indigenous homelessness relative to the reduction of chronic homelessness overall, or if you have anything to say in that regard.
Thank you, Councillor Huinink. I appreciate your comments and picking up on some of the language and specifics that are in the report. In the efforts to address the challenges faced by marginalized and underserved communities, particularly our Indigenous community. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we know that the Indigenous community in Waterloo region experiences chronic homelessness at a rate that's 10 times higher than their general census population. And so we know through conversations, through our truth and reconciliation work, but also more importantly, our conversations with community, that there needs to be targeted, specific interventions. And the goal of this plan would not only to eliminate chronic homelessness overall, which would all boats will rise, so to speak, but specifically in the early days to ensure that we are targeting resources and efforts to support Indigenous-led and Indigenous-focused organizations to address just that. And we have a long way to go. As we know, there are other groups that have their own unique needs, and from an equity perspective, we still have some work to do. And going back to the comment around the system stabilization, the $2.4 million that will come back, we know we've got some work to do, both with further work with our Indigenous colleagues and peers and partners in this community, but others as well, who are serving communities that often go unnoticed and fall through the cracks.
Thank you, Commissioner Sweeney. I really, really hope this passes today.
Well, on that note, just a reminder that obviously we'll ask for council's moving and seconding of this recommendation. It only just punts it to the 13th, frankly. So that's kind of the exercise, and I'll look for somebody to likely do that shortly. That being said, Councillor Shantz, you get your chance.
Thank you. An important clarification for me. So it struck me when I'm reading through, you've got outcomes for fee-for-service, motel, hybrid, portable rent. When I add those up, it comes to 640 people that would be housed as outcomes from a successful implementation of this plan. The dollars associated with that is over $8 million. So how many people do we think we need to put through here, and at what point do we not have to make those further operational investments?
That's a good question. I will say that my first comment on the outputs is sometimes we're talking about a housing outcome, which could be keeping somebody who is currently housed. So it's not, and this is where the language we have to be, I have to continue to monitor my own language is to ensure that we're not suggesting that each one is a unique, discrete person who's currently experiencing chronic homelessness and will come inside, so to speak. So there's a bit of that. There's also a bit of overlap where you might have an individual who we might get picked up in both. So just that's where some of the data gets a little bit crosses over. But the essence of your question is essentially, I think, is when will we get to a point where interim, short-term, acute interventions are no longer needed? Is that fair?
That's exactly true, because if we're doing a short term, like if this truly is as good as we would like it to be, if it's a 2-year plan, then we shouldn't be adding that to the tax levy.
Okay, Story, thank you. I appreciate that. So that gives me some more clarity. I don't want to leave anybody here or the community with the impression that because what we've brought forward today is a 2-year financing strategy for this work, that we will end chronic homelessness in 2 years. I have actually been really deliberate and careful, not in my position to suggest to you or to anybody else what that goal should be. I believe that should come from the community. We know that there are communities in other jurisdictions that set 10-year goals, that set 5-year goals. We haven't even talked about that. My hope and expectation and commitment actually will be when we come back in April, we will be able to come forward, and one of the expectations that we will have of each other and the co-creators in the community is what's the goal, what's the target, so that we could actually show you what we're looking at. The challenge that we have right now is because for all of the factors that we all know and we heard about again today, is for every single person that we're supporting to move into permanent housing, and we do a really good job of that actually in this community. Last year, 400 people alone, and yet the overall number didn't change very much because of the inflow, for reasons of financialization of housing, for rent evictions, for social circumstances. We heard today that the people in this community that are most prone to experiencing sudden homelessness are women with children who find themselves in a situation. And there's a specific effort in this plan, although not costed into the operational piece. You heard from our colleagues in Cambridge. We heard it again this morning, the need for a women's shelter in Cambridge specifically. So there's so much inflow coming that we have to get on it. So at this stage in this conversation, Councillor Shantz, I can't tell you when that tipping point comes. That goes back to my somewhat, not hypothetical, but aspirational graph at the end of the presentation is, we'll know when we get to the point where we don't need an Herbs Road, we don't need, there will always be in communities like this, people who experience homelessness. It happens. It should be short-term. It should be supportive. They should be in a perfect situation, in a perfect housing-first community. They will all move into housing right away. We are not there yet. So I'm sorry, I can't give you that answer yet, but it's our goal to at least come back to say, here's our aspirational goal to end chronic homelessness.
Okay, Councillor Shantz, do you have a follow-up or you're good? Okay, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair. And Peter, first of all, I'd like to say what a great job you did this morning at National Housing Day, and Ryan on the panel. And as I said to Chair Redmond, I was very proud of the staff that we have representing the region. And we had some great conversations there this morning. One of the things that Professor Erin, I forget her last name, who is from Cambridge.
Yep, Erin Day.
She talked about all the research she did about NIMBYism, and I thought it was good for us to hear that what her research found was that the people, the NIMBYs, are very loud, but they're usually a small minority of the people in a neighborhood. And bearing that in mind, Cambridge is lacking many, many social services. We tend to centralize, so the service is in Kitchener and it's supposed to be for the region. But we know that our population doesn't necessarily want to cross that 401. And if you do a hybrid shelter, another one, I would strongly urge you to put it in Cambridge. I think the Herb Street shelter has been successful, but many of the people that were first put there from Cambridge left because they want to be near families, friends, things that they know. So I think we have a big need for the hybrid shelter, and Cambridge would be a good location. And just forget the NIMBYism. And also, again, the women's shelter, as you know, is much needed. And there's great support in Cambridge for it. In fact, Kim Decker is trying to say to people, no, don't raise money, don't do this, don't do that, because we don't have the location yet. But people are just eager to support that. So let's keep looking. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. Peter, this morning was wonderful. It was great to be in that space as for National Housing Day. So, I'm struggling with the sticker shock with this. The plan to end chronic homelessness. It's a big pill to swallow, and my concern, though, and it comes back to the discussion around some of that lived experience group, thinking about Marjorie, who spoke this morning, and the lack of tangibles around some of the equity pieces within this plan. And I'm very conscious and sensitive to the measurables around this, when there wasn't even any group from an equity-seeking group that's part of this process right now. And as we know, there is so much nuance with this. I did support Councillor Sullivan's motion, because I think there is something about taking a risk, which I get. And there is something about when you have things that are maybe phased in, or at least a little more layout of a plan, it's easier for community who's fronting the bill for this, essentially, to wrap their heads around. We have to do something. We need to do something now. but I'm so conscious of essentially it's almost like a blank check in some ways, and that risk that's associated with this, and then knowing that it's big shoes to fill for us in making this commitment. So one of the questions I have just is around the lived experience working group. And it talks about, I'm trying to find the page here. Bear with me, my computer shut down. What is this? Okay. So lived experience prototyping project. Expected outcome, creation of equitable solutions that center lived expertise. So, when I look at something like this, I'm looking for kind of, almost like a breakdown a little bit. It's so big picture, Peter. It really is. And I'm struggling with this and the way it is laid out, and in the cooperative group. What is the name of that group again? The
co-creators table.
The co-creators table.
Yes.
And the individuals that are part of that table, again, thinking about lived experience and perspectives and diversity with that. Kind of going on a rant here, but I'm really struggling with this. I support everything staff is doing and the work that's being done, but there's a lot of unknowns there. There's not really a question, more a comment, but I know it's not easy. And reflecting on to this morning's session, there's a lot of people doing many good things, and I think one of the questions community's going to come back to, and we may come back to in a year from now, is where are the measurements, right? Thinking about that. So that's all I have to say. But thank you, Peter.
Sorry, we're just hatching a plan here for the rest of the evening. Because it is 5 o'clock, we were somewhat planning on being somewhat done. However, I believe we're going to push this agenda out. We do have a closed session prior to council, and I think we'll likely do a bit of a working closed dinner to keep pushing through this. So that we would not need to return after council for budget. So I'll provide clarity after the next question here so people know, but obviously, questions would be preferred. So with that, Chair Redmond, question for you. Oh, sorry, I keep missing Councillor Erb there. His name's just so short that I just keep missing him. So sorry, Councillor Erb, go ahead.
He does it on purpose.
Nothing personal. So, I recognize the challenge of this conversation. It's not a yes or no. It's not a black and white, and we're all struggling with it. And the word sticker shock has been used many times. However, I think we need to put the costs in perspective. And if I remember correctly, the point in count time was 1,084 when we did that about a year ago or so. And for just round numbers, let's just assume it's 1,000 people. And my understanding to build supportive housing today, we're looking at a minimum of $250,000 a unit and maybe more, Mr. Dyer. And if we try and build the housing for those people now, that's $250 million, $250 million. And we don't have the money, we don't have the land, we don't have the partners to do it. And so what I think we're trying to accomplish in this plan to end chronic homelessness is to define some stopgap measures where we can care for these folks who are most vulnerable in our community. And I would have supported Councillor Solon's deferral if it wouldn't have been, if it would have been less than 3 years, if we would have been prepared to look at it in a shorter time frame, because these people who we're trying to serve can't wait the 3 years. And so I think we need to move ahead with this as soon as we can. Hopefully we can find some savings in it before we get to budget day on December the 13th, but I'm going to support it.
Okay, now Chair Redmond. You're up.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Through you to Peter, I'm trying to find the right slide. That's what Councillor Shantz and I were trying to do. I just want to say that I really am in support of the 9 partners who were chosen through that program. And I know you referenced in passing, and I can't find the quantum right here, but about another amount of funding should we pass this that would be available in the spring. And I would hope that it would have the same kind of criteria and accountability that staff have applied to these ones, because again, I think that there is a search for accountability and results, so I would assume that you will approach that bucket of funding very much the same way that you did this current bucket.
Yes, and the intention is that that bucket criteria to be determined will absolutely require some level of outcome that we can report to those that invest in it, but it's intended to acknowledge that there are significant efforts happening in this community that don't fit into a current box within the system, within the Housing First, that are doing really, really good and important work. And we hear time and time again from the co-creators that, and Councillor James, if I can go back to your comment around equity-seeking, equity-deserving communities, where we know we have to address this, we're just not quite sure how. And had we put something forward today, it would have been done for rather than with, and we weren't prepared to do that today.
And if I can be indulged with a comment, I really did appreciate the conversation that we had previously about the groups that made it on the list and the ones that didn't. The fact that many of them, they all had merit. It wasn't a value statement. It was just how the criteria measured up. And as you said, there are so many groups in the community doing very, very important work. It's just whether or not they fit into the criteria of a bucket of funding.
Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Just to follow up on that, I think we need to review the criteria going forward. I mean, that's just part of the process. Obviously, some very good organizations didn't qualify, and maybe our view as a council changes with respect to some of those aspects of the criteria. And I think that we can't apply the same criteria, but we have to take a look at this criteria. And ultimately, if we decide that it will be the same, then fine, it'll be the same. But we have to have a review. If we're going forward with the fund, we have to have a review of the criteria. And if that requires an amendment to this package, then I'm prepared to move that as an amendment. But we have to have a review of the criteria to ensure that it meets with council as a whole agrees with.
So through you, Chair, my response to that, Councillor Deutschmann, is this is a council-directed, council-endorsed fee-for-service envelope, the criteria that came forward back in June. And so we're in your hands as we go into, it was also the first year, just as a reminder, this is the first time we've done this. So as part of a process to review that first, if council so directs us to review that funding envelope and the criteria, that is entirely your prerogative.
So, Chair Harris, I would ask for direction, if that's supported by everyone around the horseshoe, that we review the criteria just to ensure that what it is reflects what we want. Because obviously we were shocked by a few things, some of us, and I think it's important that, like anything else, laws, regulations, there's always amendments and changes, and we want to make sure that it properly reflects the views that we, as a collective, here around the horseshoe share. So the direction to staff, or the direction of this motion, would be that the criteria be reviewed and come back to council for a discussion of the criteria for the new fund, which is being set up. I don't know, is there a name, I'm sorry, the name for the fund in April?
So if I can I want to just make sure that I provide a bit more clarity, because I'm worried that we're talking about two different things.
Oh, sorry.
The fee for service is a council-endorsed, council-directed funding envelope. The criteria were established by this council.
Okay.
If next year, when we do it again, you want to look at those criteria, that's your prerogative to do so. I want to make clear that we do not intend to use the same criteria for the System Stabilization Fund of $2.4 million. It's actually intended to fill gaps that don't fit in that funding envelope.
Right.
That's its intention.
I think two things then. Thanks for clarifying that.
Does that help?
Fee for service, we should review the criteria from time to time, because there's no one's perfect, and we want to ensure that it reflects the ongoing issues that we're facing as a community. And what's the other fund called?
System stabilization.
System stabilization, that does or does not have criteria right now?
It does not, because that's the work that we want to build that out with the co-creator group.
So that one you'll be coming back to us with criteria. Okay, so my motion would be on the fee for service fund that we do review the criteria.
For next year.
Yeah, for next year. Yeah, for next year.
Okay, so I think we've had lots of discussion here. I don't know if there's someone that's going to move this recommendation so that we can get it going. Pardon me?
Sorry, Chair, what's the
So
recommendation?
everyone, you would have had that included in your package already, but obviously, A, to approve the 9 service and program proposals recommended for funding in 24 as set out in the appendix in the amount of $3 million and change, and then B, direct staff to include that sum of money in the 2024 housing services operating budget to fund the operating and costs of the recommended service and program proposals with funding from the 2024 property tax levy. Ooh, there's a lot of things here.
I'll second it.
Yeah, okay. Moved by Councillor Huinink, seconded by Councillor Wolf, and we will pop up e-scribe and again, this recommendation now proceeds, takes us to December 13th. Councillor Williams, have you had an opportunity there? Okay, carried. Because I know we've been kind of crisscrossing back and forth with the 2 recommendations discussions, so we can put that one up pretty much as well. I mean, Peter Sweeney did the Commissioner did speak to obviously both of those already, so I don't know if there are questions specific to this that we've not already addressed. If not, I would ask a mover or seconder. So moved by Councillor Wolf, seconded by Councillor Foxton. This is the referral from Community and Health Services Committee Planned and Chronic Homelessness. You'll see that the recommendation is before you. I think those are probably several. Okay, that is carried. So, yeah, in item 10.10.1, the Industrial Land Readiness Interim Funding Strategy, I will go back to Mr. Dyer for this report.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to the chair. We have for committee's consideration a briefing note with respect to, excuse me, the Industrial Land Readiness Interim Funding Strategy. This comes out of a request that was made, I believe, at the last committee meeting for staff to report back with a plan, at least an interim plan, recognizing that that there is still a significant amount of work to be done over the course of 2024 in terms of putting that longer-term strategy together. We identified in the report, and Mr. Regier is present remotely to help answer any questions. But we've identified in the background that the region does not have a supply of shovel-ready industrial parcels for us to make available as needed when interest is expressed in the region. And so the staff recommendation would be to twofold. The first would be to establish an industrial land readiness reserve and to direct staff to include in the 2024 operating budget a contribution to that reserve in the amount of $5 million, which would be funded by the property tax levy. And this approach would start the creation of a fund to allow the region to act on opportunities as they come available with respect to the acquisition and servicing of such sites. And perhaps I'll ask my colleague, Mr. Regier, if there's anything else that he wishes to add.
Well, thank you very much, Craig, for that introduction. This was identified as a priority strategy in the region's strategic plan, and we're very excited about the implications. The region has numerous opportunities, and we have seen a chronic shortage of serviced shovel-ready available lands for investment. And we expect that pressure in that marketplace to continue growing. So we look forward to Council's direction on this.
Okay, Chair Redmond.
Chair Harris, I would be prepared to move the recommendation.
And do we have a seconder of that? Councillor Erb. Okay, questions, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's not really a question. I just don't think, I know it's part of our strategic plan, and I know it's something we've said we should be doing, but with the taxes right now, would this $5 million be added to the tax levy in terms of our percentage, or is it already included?
Mr. Dyer.
Through the chair, this would be in addition to the numbers that we reviewed earlier in the presentation today.
Okay. All right. Then I would be voting against it.
Okay. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Mr. Dyer, do we anticipate a surplus at the end of this year?
Through the chair, the most recent quarterly financial report did indicate that we're expecting to have a modest surplus at the end of this year. Yes.
Modest being in the range of?
In the range of, I think it was in the range of $3 million or so.
Okay. So because I was going to suggest that the funding for this year come out of the surplus. And so I think I would still suggest that it come out of the surplus, and if it's only $3 million, that's only $3 million. I'm really struggling the last couple weeks with where the tax levy is going.
Okay, Councillor Foxon.
I would make that motion.
Well, we already have a motion on the table to move the recommendation, and it was seconded. So there's discussion on this, and then we will go to a vote, and then we'd have to come to somebody else. Unless you're saying
I amend it?
Amend it to do what?
To have the funding for this fund come from the surplus to a maximum of $5 million. Do that too.
Just defer it.
Point of order.
It's not going to fall apart.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councillor Huinink.
I don't understand how the funding for this year can come from a surplus at the end of next year.
No, it's coming out of this year's surplus.
Yeah, we're gonna, Mr. Gyres, I can hear the wheels spinning right now. He's processing this, so just hang tight.
So sorry to complicate your life. I could move a deferral if it's easier.
Can I have a question?
Okay, so through the chair, a couple of things come to mind. The first is council does have a surplus allocation policy currently. That policy provides for surplus to be used to, if needed, to top up 2 specific reserves to their target balance, one being the working funds reserve at 10 million, one being the tax stabilization reserve at 15 million. If there is additional surplus available, it's allocated according to policy to the general tax supported capital reserve, and we use that funding to reduce the amount of long-term financing we would issue in the following year. So I think what's being suggested is that council would, I'm just trying to think of the right word, suspend that policy. I don't know if that's the right word, but suspend it for 2023 in order to first allocate up to $5 million to the reserve that's proposed to be created through this motion, and then it would revert
I'll
to
withdraw
the
my
policy.
motion. I may vote against the motion that's on the floor, though.
Yeah. Councillor Foxton.
Well, I'm a little confused because 10 years ago, we asked for the region to start to get land ready. And then about a year and a half ago, I asked Rodriguez, had we started that? And I was told yes. And then about 6 months after that, I was told no. And we have, I thought, started funding this 10 years ago. Can somebody tell me what happened with this getting land ready? Because I'm surprised that, number one, we don't have the funds there. And how can we be so far behind in this? But that's my question for it. Regarding to this motion, I'll deal with it in the vote. But I'm surprised. Where's the funding that we were supposed to have put aside 10 years ago and start working on this?
Mr. Vergeer, would you like to chime in on that one?
Yes, certainly. Council has made a number of decisions and invested in lands, for example, around Waterloo Region International Airport. You'll recall that back in 2017, 2018, there were acquisitions of strategic assets there that will allow both the expansion of the airport and now some employment land to be brought on when services become available. So council has directed and staff have acted on direction to expand that land base. This is to create, what we have not done up to this point is create a reserve to allow for the ongoing flexibility to act on opportunities and to invest strategically. Council will be aware of discussions ongoing about some of those opportunities. So I think that this is simply creating the space to allow for council to act within the budget year that on opportunities that come available.
Follow up, please.
Okay.
If I may, to all of the region staff and council, Waterloo Region does not just exist, and development does not just happen in one area of the region. And I know that other municipalities have been asking for development for years. We've lost businesses because there hasn't been this growth, and that's why I asked the question originally a year and a half ago. And I would really like to see the region grow and develop and evolve, but not just in one area, but in a region as a whole. Thank you.
Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Just given the financial pressures, I mean, here we are adding, this is 0.7% approximately on the levy. If this is new, $5 million this year. I think we should, either we defeat this motion or we amend it to say starting in 2025 that we would start to assemble. That's I think, just given how tight things are this year, I'd love to do this. I'm a land purchasing kind of guy. I love that idea, but in the overall context of the budget that we have facing us and talking to other, groups about reducing their budgets, I think it's difficult for us to say yes to this now. And certainly would have been great if we started a while ago, but to start this year, I think is a little bit too difficult at this time to add that onto the levy. So.
Okay, we'll have an opportunity to vote on this shortly here, but questions of Mr. Regier or Mr. Dyer? Councillor Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to have to agree with my friend across the way, Councillor Deutschman. This is not the year to do this. If we were to have a dozen people from the community to come to the podium and talk about affordability, we would have, in fact, a whole new slant on what we're doing. We're forgetting the taxpayer out there to some extent. And we got to remember that. The affordability is a huge issue in Cambridge. In the last election that was just happened in Ward 1 a few weeks ago, the main issues coming out of there from the candidates I spoke to were affordability and security. And I think this can easily be deferred for a year. And I think this is a beginning point of actually cutting the budget as opposed to seeing it continually expanding through different requests.
Councillor Huinink.
Thank you, Chair. I recognize that this is 0.7% of the budget, and I'm not in favor of increasing the tax bill. On the other hand, I am in favor of growing the population and the business revenue so as to, in the short-term future or intermediate future, increase the overall revenue and thereby reduce the tax burden on each individual person.
Okay, final words perhaps, Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. My question is actually probably through you to Craig, but it may be Rod, and that is just, if we look at the recommendation, is to establish a land readiness reserve and direct staff to include it from the property tax levy. So I guess my question is there something magical about the $5 million? And can you explain to us what happens when we establish a reserve? I can't imagine, unless the opportunity arose, that we would expend that all at one time. And I'm wondering if it's more palatable to maybe put it over 2 years.
Yeah, so through the chair, there is admittedly no magic to the $5 million. I think we're looking for direction from council as to, how you see this as a priority in the budget, along with many other items that are, proposed to be included in the 2024 budget. We acknowledge that, industrial land acquisition and servicing is a difficult investment to debt finance because it's ultimately not an asset that would remain with the region. So that creates some that creates some challenges from a financing perspective. And so in the absence of that being available as a reasonable source of financing, if opportunities present themselves that council wants to act on, having some funding set aside is essential for that to happen. That being said, I think it can happen at the pace that council is most comfortable with.
Okay, we have a motion that was moved by Chair Redmond and it was seconded by Councillor Erb, I believe. That we are going to A, establish an industrial land readiness reserve, and B, direct staff to include in the 2024 operating budget a contribution to the industrial land readiness reserve in the amount of $5 million to be funded by the property tax levy. So I will ask you to, Yes.
Before we get started,
Okay.
is it appropriate to defer this motion in terms of deferring the request until 2025?
Point of order, Chair Harris.
Mr. Deutschman.
We could vote this down and the staff can just bring it back next year.
All right. Okay. I'm trying to be pleasant about this. Okay. It's the new me. Okay.
Chair Harris, I believe you missed Councillor Huinink.
Uh-oh. This looks serious.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, serious.
Okay, we have to stop talking. I gotta go pee. Is that on the record?
Chair Harris.
Colleagues, I know we've got a motion to move forward that was moved and seconded, but, you know, with a variety of different discussion, plus, you know, potential for further conversation perhaps in closed, I'm asking if we can have a deferral to the 13th to deal with this particular matter.
Chair Harris, I'd be prepared to withdraw the motion too. If you
Okay,
want.
all right, so we've got a withdrawal of the motion. So, okay, so Councillor Salonen, then, I just saw you pop up there so recently.
Oh, I was on there before you asked for a vote of the motion and all of this happened.
Oh.
Anyways, my question, Mr. Dyer, is I appreciate people think historically this has been done. It clearly hasn't. What would be the risk as an organization if opportunities were to come up to debt finance purchases and then getting, obviously, revenues back from sale of fully ready to dig and build on industrial lands? I'm just curious on terms of, like, instead of property tax levy paying for it, but instead debt finance the bridge until industrial actually moves in and pays for it subsequently on their own.
So, excuse me. So through the chair, the challenge it creates is that municipalities can debt finance capital investments. So if we were acquiring land to ultimately, use for some regional service, we do it all the time with respect to road expansion projects and others. Then that is an acceptable use of debt financing in that case. The challenge becomes when we debt finance, so say it's typically over a 10-year term, the challenge comes when we dispose of that asset. And so if the intent here is to acquire strategic lands, service them, and then sell them, then we've sold the asset that was debt financed. And so we either have to, find a way to line up the debt financing from a timing perspective. Like that's the challenge. It's a lot easier to do with funding in a reserve.
Okay, so we're not going to withdraw the motion. We're just going to ask councils for a deferral motion to the 13th. So we do need a mover and a seconder for that one. So Councillor James and Councillor Salonen. So we will.
Point of order. Chair Redmond withdrew the motion.
Well, we are.
Oh, you're not accepting it.
No.
Okay.
We're not. We're not. We're just going to defer.
I'm going to get it out of the way.
We're just going to defer, and you're going to vote on the deferral to the 13th here now. And that's carried. Okay, we are going to continue on as we have, wow, 10.2, funding for external organizations. Mr. Dyer.
Yes, thank you to the chair. So the final item on the agenda for today is an information report. This was a request that was made of staff, I believe back on November the 1st. For a listing of all of the funding that is provided by the region to external organizations. So we have a table on page 2 of the report, that's page 122 of your agenda, which at a high level outlines the various funding streams that exist within the region's budget. And then in each case, where relevant, we've included an appendix that outlines the specific recipients under each of those funding streams. And so from a process perspective, what we'll be looking for as part of budget approval is for approval of the overall amount of funding available under each stream. So for example, if we looked at major arts and culture organizations, we currently have $340,000 in the base budget for that stream. And then based on the timing and policy that exists with respect to that stream, a report would come forward at some point in the year for approval of the specific recipients. So I think, if you look at the far right-hand column, those are the numbers that are included in the budget right now. And so there'll be opportunity at both the November 29th and at the December 13th meetings for discussion around those specific numbers. But that's what you should keep in mind as we head towards budget approval on December the 13th. If there's a desire for the number to be different, then an amendment to be included in the budget would be appropriate, and staff will report back as needed in 2024 with specific recommendations.
Okay, I don't have any questions for that, so that report was for information. We do have two notices of motion, so I'll ask Councillor James, we'll go to hers first. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Huinink. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. I know this is a difficult budget year. I did not anticipate having to put a motion like this forward regarding the Community Capacity Building Fund, but it was brought to my attention that this funding that has gone to upstream equity-seeking grassroots organizations was not approved by previous council, which I found was interesting because when I looked up this Community Capacity Building Fund, it specifically said, online on our site, the fund objectives, the Community Capacity Building Fund is a council-approved $2.0 million annual fund to improve the social and economic health and well-being of First Nations, Indigenous and Métis, African, Caribbean, and Black identified, racialized, and other communities disproportionately affected by systemic inequity. So now it turns out that it's not an annual fund, and the organizations that have benefited from this fund are actually doing grassroots community health and well-being initiatives. And I think back to 2020 and, I don't even need to think back to 2020. I can think back to September 30th and Healing of 7 Generations and the March for Every Child Matters. And, the work that is being done to address systemic inequities that needs to continue, that for far too long has not been prioritized in a way to help address some of the challenges we have. And I'll speak to just some of the conversations that I've had with organizations who are assisting in addressing some of the systemic justice issues with children and youth, speaking about health and working with individuals in the community to address health disparities. And these are organizations who many of us don't even know. And I want to spend a minute to read the list of names of organizations who've benefited from this. And I looked up the terms of reference also. I'm really upset that I have to bring this forward. And I know it may not pass with council support because of what we're dealing with. You just had a discussion about the levy, but these are people who are doing the work that we are removed from. So what I'll do is I don't want to spend too much time harping. We've been getting quite a few emails from community about the impact this funding has had and continues to have. Changes are being addressed systemically. We are part of that. Communities invested in that. So I just want to read the list of names just so it provides perspectives, because it is equity-seeking groups across the entire region. African Women's Alliance of Waterloo Region, Anishinaabe Outreach, Employment and Training. This is 2022. Funding's been around for 2 years, and now it's essentially going to be gone. Canadian Rohingya Development Initiative, Caribbean Canadian Association of Waterloo Region, the Central Ontario Chinese Cultural Centre, Crow Shield Lodge, Ethiopian Association of KW Urban Native Wigwam, Laurier Wellness and Film Forum, Mel Brown Music Festival, Nigerians in the Region of Waterloo, Peace for All Canada Organization, The Dope Content, the Eritrean Islamic Community of Waterloo Region, the Healing of 7 Generations, the Islamic Center of Cambridge Jami Mosque. That's 2022. All organizations who are doing excellent work, who we are supporting, we are investing in, previous council approved investing in, and the work, although it may be for some in their infancy, for some, helping to continue, it really affects ecosystems in this community. 2023 funding recipients: Bridges to Belonging, Canadian Arab Women's Association, Canadian Awali Youth Association, Creative Women's Kitchen, Ghanaian Canadian Association of Waterloo Region, Ethiopian Orthodox Taiwo Hamer Noah Church, Hearts Open for Everyone, Hope for Community Development, Indigenous Poet Society, the Islamic Center of Cambridge, Levant Canada, Living Below the Line, Muslim Women of Cambridge, Myron Steinman, Nigerians of Waterloo Region, Porch Light Counseling Services, Rainbow Coalition of Waterloo Region, Red Sea Eritrean Organization, the South Sudanese Canadian Association of Waterloo Region, Sporus Scattered, the Eritrean Islamic Community of Waterloo Region, the Redeemer Christian Church of God Potter's House, the Rohr Shabbat Center for Jewish Life, United Kordu Gobani Community of Canada, White Owl Native Ancestry. Quite a few organizations. When I looked at this list, there's organizations that I had no idea existed, and all that means is that they're extremely grassroots. I spoke to an organization yesterday. I asked them to explain their process for connecting with community, because there are newcomers that have no idea how to navigate. They get really confused if they have to call the region or facility. So there are grassroots organizations that have system navigators that are helping with this. One of the ways they told me about addressing community that we are removed from, they're actually knocking on the doors. And then they're creating programs. And then there's students who are coming to them that are in crisis and they're assisting. The organization I was speaking to yesterday was lean, about 9 people. But there's an impact here, and I couldn't be sitting here today and not raise this, and at least if at the bare bones recognize these organizations, because they're doing the work. And yes, we cannot be all things to all people, and we can't be all of the services, but if there's a capacity to support some of these services, especially ones that, historically have not been supported in ways to create meaningful change, I have to raise this. And again, there is additional funding. I believe there's still the upstream portion of this funding. But the one that so maybe not. Again, the realities are there's an avenue of funding that is direct to agency and really grassroots agencies that is not going to be considered after 2 years. And again, based on what I found online, based on the terms of reference, that absolutely says nothing about this funding ending. I have to raise it, and happy to hear from council. And I know what we're dealing with. I know these complexities. I know that there's an add-on community. But I also know what I've seen in community the past few years, and there's community who's invested in addressing equity and upstream funds to support organizations and individuals who are settling here, who are under-recognized for a myriad of reasons. So I'll just stop there. I'll leave it for the discussion to see where it goes. And I want to thank all of those organizations who spent time and individuals who emailed in today with the impact, showing the impact statement. It's good work. It's meaningful work. This is not the performative work. This is actually work that's having impact. So I recognize that. And, in my role sitting here in this seat, I'm honored to bring this forward regardless of where it goes. Thank you.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I have to say that I have seen firsthand the magic that has happened in these grassroots organizations that have had fairly small, relatively modest grants. I guess I would ask Connie McDonald if she's prepared. My recollection is that this was a surplus for our upstream funding, and it never was entrenched and baked in the budget, but that somehow was not communicated to the public. And I guess what I'm interested in, I know that Councillor James talked about the criteria, and I stand to be corrected. My recollection is that this was capacity building funding that was for 1 year, and that groups realized that it wasn't ongoing funding. So I guess that would be my first question, if that can be clarified.
Sure, and thank you through the chair. So the Community Capacity Building Fund was created as part of the council-approved equity fund. It was a one-time fund that was allocated along the upstream fund process. And so as we as staff were working through equity initiatives at the region, we had a bit of budget room to be able to support capacity building in community organizations that we were partnering with on delivering the community safety wellbeing plan along with the upstream initiatives. And so it was shared, the opportunity with community to apply for this funding, which was really about helping organizations who are very grassroots in the community, doing really great work, be able to build capacity in their organization to deliver programs and services. And some of them received upstream funding as well as community capacity building funding. So the upstream funding focused on programs and service delivery, capacity building funding based on helping that organization build the capacity that they needed to deliver the service. Again, one-time funding, not meant to be ongoing. However, it has delivered a lot of value in the community, and we're hearing from those organizations about the continued value and focus on community capacity building as we work through the outcomes and initiatives in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan.
So if I can continue, because it was one-time funding, and I'm assuming that you've confirmed that, Connie, I'm wondering if it has to be $2 million and we could look at $1 million, because I have to tell you that it has made an incredible impact. But if everybody realized it was limited funding, so I'm assuming that when and if there is more money, it would necessarily go to different groups as opposed to looking at ongoing funding. So therefore, I don't think we have an obligation for any kind of funding that has already been allocated, and a smaller amount, whether it was 500,000, whether it was $1 million, it doesn't have to be $2 million. That just happened to be the amount that was available to provide for capacity building at that point in time. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. So I will just speak to that. I kept it at 2 million because that was the number that was initially said. At the end of the day, I would hope, and I do want that there be something. So it can be a lesser amount, but something, because I'm conscious of the impacts down the road. And when we just heard the police chief talk about all of the things they're navigating with youth, if we have a piece to play in reducing some of the work that the police are doing, why aren't we doing that? I think community recognizes that need. So some smaller amount is fine. I would be happy with $1 million, Chair Redmond.
Thank you.
So I will amend my motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't amend it.
Someone else would need to do that. No friendly amendments. So you're going to move the amendment? Chair Redmond, move the amendment. You second the amendment? All right, we'll vote on the amendment. No friendly.
For clarification, are we assuming now this is one time for next year, or this is going to be incorporated into the annual budget?
So my motion is for annualized, but 1 million from the levy.
Annualized.
Okay.
That looks to be like it's... Councillor Verbanovic, are you online? No, okay, so that's carried. That's the amendment. So,
that was the amendment? Okay.
That was the amendment. Okay. So now we have the main motion that's been amended, so we can put that up. And we'll go to a vote if there's no further discussion on that. No, it doesn't. Okay, Councillor Salonen on the main motion, now amended.
Thank you. Instead of taking this from the levy, I'm curious, looking at the 2023 budget versus 2023 actuals, actually in the report that we had before on funding of external organizations, and looking to see in miscellaneous grants and partnerships, the actual was almost $1 million less than what we had budgeted. Can we not just use that to fund this year? Yeah, but I said to fund this year.
Maybe you want to. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So through the chair, when I look at the table in the report, make sure we're looking at the same table here. Page 2 of 3, page 122 of the agenda. So 2023 budget, leaving out the one-time piece at the bottom, 9.2 million in the budget, 9.5 expended. Unless I'm...
I guess I wasn't looking at the total part. I was just looking at the miscellaneous grant going, look, isn't that nice? But could have looked a line down. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
That help? Sorry about that, Councillor Salonen. Councillor Huinink.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting this motion because I think we need to put as much money in as possible into capacity building and upstream resources such that we prevent needing to support them with larger tax dollars in the future. Thanks, Councillor James.
Okay, and so we are going to post the amended motion for everyone's viewing, and we'll go to a vote. So that was, the original motion was moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Huinink. And that is carried. Okay, we have, what time is it? It's 5:51. So, Councillor Huinink, you have a notice of motion as well?
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
And, you know, obviously we've got a closed with dinner, so we're in kind of your hands if you'd like us to proceed, or we can defer to the 29th. Every agenda is robust, but that's, you know, we're trying to get through everything, let everyone have their opportunity, but these things...
I think we can deal with this relatively short, if that's okay.
Okay, well then let's get going. So we've got a notice of motion from Councillor Huinink. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Huinink's motion? Councillor Deutschmann. Councillor Huinink, over to you.
My intention in crafting this motion is that it would be net zero, so the profit margin and the expenses are the same as in the original recommendation by staff. However, it avoids putting further financial strain on individuals within our community that can only pay $3.75 per ride at one time. And my hope is that in the coming year, we will implement further reduction of barriers to transit, for example, by selling more universal passes of transit. So I really hope that this motion passes today. Thank you.
Councillor Salonen.
Thank you.
I
Glad
see
you saw me there.
I see you. I see you.
This question is actually for Commissioner Gortsky on this. I'm just curious, if I know in other jurisdictions that if you are paying by cash but you have like a card or the app with the transit services, that if you reach the maximum of the monthly pass, that you are no longer charged beyond that point for single fares, which I think would address Councillor Huinink's issue of putting undue stress on people who are paying with cash who don't have a means to pay up front a monthly fee. I'm curious if that's something that we've ever considered or if that is possible to consider with our services.
Through the chair, that's a really great suggestion. We don't have, there are very few jurisdictions in Ontario, I don't think any that have this today, but it is a really good world-class practice to have this, what is called fare capping, where you only pay, you pay basically trip by trip until you hit the monthly pass amount and then you pay nothing. So it avoids that, the challenge of paying for, here $99 up front. So we will be, that is one of the options that we'll consider as part of the business plan that we'll bring back to you next year. So that's a big change to our fare structure, but that's definitely something we'll bring back to council.
Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Chair Harris. You know, it's interesting. The other day, I did take transit, had an opportunity to drop the car off for the snow tires and took the 205, I think, down Ottawa Street and then cut the number 7 on King Street. So that was good. The 205 was about 20 minutes delayed, but just made me think it was a rainy day and it'd be nice to see shelters everywhere if that's possible. But as I was meandering on the number 7 into the Kingsdale neighborhood where my office is located, and it's, it's a unique neighborhood on First Ave, a lady came on who was clearly disabled with her cane, and I hear plink, 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 plink. So she's paying with cash in that situation. And it's those people that I think about when I think about Councillor Huinink's motion here. And that's why I support leaving it at $3.75 versus going to $4. Thank you.
Councillor Huinink.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, I would support Councillor Salonin's idea of fare capping. I think that would be awesome in the future. But even regardless of that, I think there's a huge gap between the $3.75 that someone might pay on a once a week, for example, versus the $48 for the affordable transit pass, or the $96 or the proposed $99 for the GRT pass. So even regardless of fare capping, I think keeping the cash fare static at this time would be advisable. Thanks.
Okay, I don't have any other speaker. Oh, I do, I guess. Councillor James.
Thank you, through you, Chair Harris. Commissioner Getzky, I just have a question for clarification. I know in last year's budget there was a mention of a pilot for youth transit pass program. Is that still in the works? And I'm asking this because I'm conscious of the $99 that will be affecting families who maybe don't qualify under the income level and are paying for multiple children. So I just want to know kind of where you are with that, or where we are with that. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, that is still in the works. There's 2 parts to it. One is the work specifically with the school boards on I would say more like the teenage group, so 13 to 18, and one is for children 5 to 12. So we're moving both of these proposals along, and again, they will come back as part of the business plan, as these are pretty transformational for both the way that people pay and also the way that we operate the whole system.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, colleagues. I do not see anybody else, so I'd ask that staff put the motion up on the screen. It was moved by Councillor Huinink, and it was seconded by, was it Councillor Deutschmann? Okay. So those in favor can vote in each correct. And that is defeated, colleagues. Thank you. Okay, is there any other business? Seeing none, our next meeting will be next Wednesday, November the 29th. We will also have our final public input meeting that evening. Hearing from residents is obviously a critical part of the process, and I want to thank all of our residents who have shared their feedback through our public meetings, survey, and at the in-person information booths across the region. With that, we will now start a vote to adjourn the strategic planning and budget meeting. Is there a mover and a seconder? Councillor Foxton, Councillor Huinink. Sorry, did I miss something? Okay, so colleagues, moved a bit quick. Okay, all right. So we're going to actually start with a closed council vote, so that a closed meeting of council be held on Wednesday, November 22nd at 6:30 p.m. in accordance with Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 for the purposes of considering the following subject matters: receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege related to a potential litigation, or receiving information received in confidence from the provincial government related to a proposed acquisition of land. So I'd ask for a mover on that one. No, I'll need a mover. Okay, so same folks that moved the original motion to close, which will then be following this. Everyone can vote on e-scribe to go into closed. And then we will adjourn Budget Committee. Councillor, did you have a question, Councillor Solomon? Okay, so we now are going to start a vote to adjourn the Strategic Planning and Budget meeting. Is there a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Solomon and Councillor Foxton, please use your e-scribe to vote.